check. 2, 3. Hello, mic test. 2. Check. 3. Hello, mic test. 1, 2.
Every path begins with a spark, a reason to fight, a light that cuts through the dark. Each star carries a story of glory, of failure, those who fought and rose again. 3 constellations guide the battlefield: Corona Borealis, Sagittarius, Hercules. Each one defines how battles are won through skill, focus, and will. All bound by one truth: the fight for honor. You fall, you rise, you fail, you learn. Every step adds weight to your purpose. Resilience turns your scars into strength, and your strength into victory. From the Philippines, warriors return, bearers of the crown, wielders of the bow and arrow, defenders of armor. You fight for pride, for legacy, for honor. Predator League Philippines 2026. The fight for honor continues.
For months, teams across the country have battled their way here. They face pressure, setbacks, and long nights of preparation, all for one goal: to fight for honor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome! Live here in SM City North EDSA. Ito nga pala ang Predator League Philippine Finals 2026. And syempre, my name is Phil, your host for today. And of course, today is a very, very special day. Dahil syempre, malalaman natin kung sino ba ang magiging kampiyon sa League of Legends. And later, it's gonna be Valorant Best of 5. And syempre, maraming salamat nga pala sa lahat na pupunta ng Day 1, of course. And syempre, meron pa naman tayo today. And admission is absolutely free. And with that, we have a lot of things to be given away. Syempre, yesterday, nagbigay tayo ng mga gaming monitors. Meron din tayo mga grand raffle as well, and we're gonna get to see mamaya for sure. Meron din tayo niyan. We have a lot of things na pwedeng gawin nga dito sa ating venue right now. Meron tayong PC Game Pass booth. Meron tayong gameplay area na naglalaro nga kayo ng League of Legends and Dota 2 as well. And with that, meron din tayong mga fan zone area as well para i-check din natin kung ano ba yung ino-offer nga ng Predator Gaming. But before natin simulan na tong araw na to, check muna natin kung ano ba yung nangyari kahapon. So everyone, please watch this. For months, teams across the country have battled their way here. They face pressure, setbacks, and long nights of preparation, all for one goal: to fight for honor.
Ready on the board, and now I'm thinking ready for it all. Heavy on the voice, I was doing better than the boys. You would lose it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and good morning nga pa sa inyo lahat. And syempre, dito tayo ngayon live sa SM City North EDSA para sa Predator League 2026 Philippines. Today, Dota 2 ang makikita nga natin.
I'm a diamond, baby.
I'd like to welcome everyone. I know you're all excited to see who will become the champion.
Today is a very special day kasi malalaman nga natin kung sino ba ang magiging representative ng Philippines sa darating na Predator League Asia Pacific 2026 sa New Delhi, India.
Enjoy the rest of the program. Let the games begin.
At parang nasabi nga natin kanina sa video na yon, yes, that is right. The winner, syempre, is maging representative ng Philippines sa darating na Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 next year sa January in New Delhi, India. At makikita-kita tayo doon para syempre iangat ang bandera ng Pilipinas para tayo ang maging kampiyon. And for sure, hindi na natin to patatagalin pa, ladies and gentlemen. The League of Legends Finals starts now.
Every battle demands endurance. 3 paths lead to one goal. Every second builds pressure. The armor stands for strength. It protects. It resists. It holds when everything breaks. In Predator League Philippines 2026, the strongest teams don't rush. They adapt. They defend. They strike when it matters most. This is League of Legends. The armor. Fight for honor.
Welcome to the heart of the action here at SM North EDSA. The funds are ready, the stage is set, and 2 teams will clash their skills and strategies armored for battle in League of Legends. This isn't just a game, it's a fight for honor, strength, and glory. The Predator League Grand Finals trophy awaits a team who will rise with honor. Every moment on the stage will define their journey and their legacy. Meet the first team ready to make history in League of Legends. Hashtag now's the time. We have Naos Esports. We have Concept, Mikey Han, Galata, Fabi, and Don. Once again, we have Naos Esports. Stepping onto the stage with eyes set on history, give it up for West Point's Esports Academy! Azeven, Mist, Sherb, Relia, and Devoured. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have West Point Esports Academy. The stage is set, the players are ready, the fans are cheering, the energy is building. Players, please step forward and show sportsmanship with a fist bump. Once again, we have Now Esports and versus West Point Esports Academy. So without further ado, casters, please do take it away.
Thank you so much, Bill. No longer we wait. Today we fight. We now witness greatness here live at SM North as we crown the first ever Predator League Philippines champions of League of Legends. Welcome everybody. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Abyss. And today is a momentous day. Not only we partner and we coin the term League of Legends champion with Predator Gaming, we also say na may champion na rin sa wakas na we could finally be proud of. Nakakatuwa, Abyss. Kamusta ang pakiramdam ngayon?
Oh, I'm feeling great right now. I'm so excited to see how this entire tournament has come together to this grand finals here for League of Legends. I am looking forward to what these two teams have to offer here in the grand stage that is the Predator League 2026 Philippines. I am looking forward to the matchup, the best of three, the fearless draft that will be at the see here in the League of Legends grand finals.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. 100 plus teams qualified. Nandito na lang tayo sa dalawa na lang natitira. Nakarapat-dapat lang naman talaga. But before we do head on to our amazing games, a brief word from our friends and folks at the Games and Amusement Board.
Of course, the Predator Gaming is authorized to officiate the Predator Esports 2026 Philippines as an official tournament registered under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Boards in the Philippines. The broadcast is regulated by the Games and Amusement Board, and the players and talents are licensed professionals. Please play responsibly.
Once again, thank you so much to our friends here at Games and Amusement Board for continuously supervising and maintaining security here at Predator League 2026. And there it is, Keenan. We have now laid out the formalities of everything that we need to know. Maya't maya maglalaban ng atong dalawang koponan na to na for sure matagal na talaga nilang hinaharap no? Because this is a rivalry trying to be created no? Kasi imagine mo pre, you will be fighting against your own. This is a battle against blood brothers basically no?
Oh, yeah.
And the irony here is going to be laid out later on. And I'm really, really excited kasi ang dami nating pwedeng ilahad na kwento para sa dalawang teams na to.
I gotta say, these two teams, as you said, there's so much history behind these players. The linkage that they've had, the way they've gone through this entire tournament so far, the fact that they have history not just in this tournament, but in previous ones as well. They have so much going on behind them. But of course, going back to the tournament, we're down to the final stage of the Predator League Philippines 2026, where the best squads in the country fight for prestige, points, and pride.
Yeah, parang kailan lang no? Nagsimula nga tayo sa group stage and then we went on to the single elimination best of 3, which was absolutely deadly. And then we reached the grand finals, which is today, November 16. Lahat tayo dito testigo and witness as to what madness will be created inside of the Rift. Yung Swiss stage na yan, isa sa mga teams tulad ng Olfu na talagang masasabi din natin na bakit wala sila dito sa grand final. Sila lang naman ang nakatikim ng early exit dito. No? And that format is absolutely deadly because teams like WPE, Capybara, now Esports survived the ranks of MCOM and as well as the other teams. Kaya sila nandito ngayon sa ating grand finals. And imaginein mo pre, Keenan, yung binyahe ng Naos, pati na nga rin ng West Point Esports Academy during that semifinals bout was nothing short of cinematic. Every game was beyond the limit talaga.
Yeah, I gotta say, even MCOM, Fervent, they really put their all in the tournament. But of course, they weren't able to make it through the tournament so far. And it's only two teams that can make it to the grand finals. Only two teams remain here. It will be Naos and of course West Point Esports Academy. But of course, it's the two teams fighting for the grand prize here. And it's gonna be 100,000 pesos for the championship prize here.
Yeah, from the prize pool of 200,000 pesos, the second place will be taking home the 50,000 pesos cash prize. The third to fourth place will be taking home the 15,000, and lastly, the fifth to eighth place will be taking home the 5,000 pesos prize pool. That is a hefty
Grabe.
prize to receive such of worthy teams to be crowned as champions today. No? Hindi tayo uuwing mabibitin talaga. No? Talagang masasaksihan talaga natin na sa araw na to, for the first time ever, for the pilot year of the word Predator League and then League of Legends as well, meron tayong makukoronahang champions service, and I'm all in for it. We always waited for this kind of moment, a breakthrough in the League of Legends scene. Let's now take a look at the playoffs bracket. Ito yung fallout, ito nga talaga yung naging biyahe, ito yung naging daan ng dalawang ating grand finalist para magpang-abot dito sa ating grand finals. Let's take a look on the upper side of the bracket. We have WP Academy just making sure that it's just a regular day to them. 2-0 against Fervent.
I mean, come on, they've been dominant the whole tournament, I'd say. I mean, dominant throughout their entire stay here in the League of Legends scenes in the Philippines. I can say for certain that they've definitely been a stable, standard name here in the Philippines as a League of Legends contender. And I'm not surprised they went 2-0. But of course, we can't count out the rest of the teams, especially Naos here. Despite going 2-1, you know, they still end up getting to the grand finals, right? That's still a hefty win for them, I'd say, and a convincing win at that in the semifinals. So I gotta say, despite it being a convincing stay so far for West Point Esports Academy, this is anyone's game going to the grand finals.
Absolutely, no? Yung appearance na rin ng Naos, appearance is still an appearance, and it still boggles my mind, no? Talagang inabot tayo ng Game 3 para lang masabi natin na Naos really is that team to qualify for the grand finals. Let's now take a look, no? Ano nga ba yung mga pinili nitong mga players na to para magpang-abot sa grand finals? I feel like it's nothing new. Kung ano yung nakita natin ng Swiss, yan pa rin ang mga ginagamit ng ating mga players for all the right reasons. Nakakapagtaka, nasan yung Yunara dyan, but still, the top one ADC currently, as of the meta right now, is Kaisa, followed by Saya. But that Nico, absolutely deadly. Yan ang naging bane ng mga ibang teams, kaya eto na lang yung mga natitira.
Oh yeah, definitely. And of course, Sion and Abessa, very standard picks in the top lane. I mean, if you've watched other tournaments, if you've seen other play styles, the meta currently, these are very standard picks, and I'm glad to see that they've been shifting around this whole aspect of playing the best possible champions they can select. They're not to shy away from the meta. They know what the strong sets are. They know what the strong points are. They're gonna go for that. They're gonna pick that.
Yeah, but what about the most banned? Ano yung mga iniiwasan netong mga teams na to? And I feel like I already have a rough idea as to which kind of champions that they are most likely to ban. Pero kitang-kita mo, pre, yung baha ng mga mages dito, no? Mainly Morgana, Oriana, and Azir. But for the fact that the junglers are also being most banned, yun kasi yung nagbibigay ng most impact sa mapa talaga, no? Aggressive, high-octane junglers like Poppy and Jarvan that dish out so many high early engages, plus skirmishes as well. Hindi na ako nalalabuan dito, kung bakit yan talaga ang binaban ng ating mga kumpanan, no? Pero yung Azir na yan, for all the right reasons, if it's not an Oriana, if it's not a Victor, if it's not a Ryze, it has to be an Azir ban talaga.
Oh yeah, one of the best scaling champions in the game, one of the best mid laners in the game, who
Hard carry.
Oh, hard carry game, definitely. Who can hard carry all their games. I mean, most if not all professional mid laners have played the Azir at one point or another because of how strong he is. And I'm glad to see that the bans, they're not to shy away from the bans either. They know when to respect their opponents as well.
Let's talk about complicated numbers naman, because we talked about picked and most banned. Pero dito naman tayo sa highest KDA, sitting at top with a whopping 49, 9, and 52. Of course, it had to be an ADC. From Naos Esports, it's Don. Grabe nga naman, napisuhan pa siya, one shy of a 50-kill KDA. Followed by Crazy of MCOM, Mikey Han of Naos, Shogun from MCOM as well, and Galata here at number 5. Oddly enough, not a single WPE player at the KDA leaderboard.
I will say, don't speak too soon because I know WPE Academy, they end their games quickly. So I'm not putting it away from them that their KDA is not high because they know when to end the games fast. But it's impressive to see that the new pickup of the ADC, Dawn, a new pickup for Naos, is doing so well, so suddenly, so fast. In just a quick moment here, the fact that he's 49 and 9 already in this tournament, he's gonna break through that 50 here in this grand finals.
Absolutely, lalo na nga rin na pwede tayo umabot talaga sa 3 games, probably pinaka-maximum has to be 35 or even 30 kills, possibly for Don, just because of the bot lane na pwede nga nating makita, from Mist versus Don. Parang kung iisipin mo pa lang, okay, it's just a regular bot lane matchup, but I can assure you, Mr. Viewer, or I can assure you, Mr. Viewer, na yung matchup na yan talagang hindi ka bibigoin pagdating talaga sa high kill count na labanan. Of course, WP and Naos Esports is going to be a very, very aggressive game. Pero marami talaga silang opposites dito yun na feeling ko pwedeng i-one up ng ano yun, no? na kanilang mga kalaban. Now, let's talk about far more greater things, no? Kasi marami na tayong pinag-uusapang mga numero dito, no? I feel like stats could really be brought out dito, no? bilang facts. But ito, team profile naman natin. Team profile naman tayo dito, Kinan. Pakilala naman natin ang ating mga players first and foremost from Naos Esports. No? Kitang-kita mo, familiar yung mga pangalan. We have standouts from the collegiate scene. We also have standouts from the pro scene as well. Mainly, the star of the show currently for Naos Esports has to be Galata, the breakthrough collegiate jungler now emerging to the scene, being delved into the ranks as one of the favored junglers dito sa meta na to, just because of his champion pool.
I gotta say, Galata is gonna be a star player here as well, but Dawn and Concept as well being very notable players as well in their own respective way is gonna be an important factor to consider, especially for the side of WPA. They need to make sure that they take control of who they're fighting here because, as you mentioned, and as we've seen, the numbers show that Dawn and Galata are very, very much people you need to be wary about. And I think they're going to be very much certain that they're going to be targeting them as well in this game.
Yeah, could you believe it, no? Players like Galata, Concept, Parzival used to carry the name WP in their name. Tapos yun nga, gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, will now be playing up against their brothers. So the matchup is far from not familiar, talagang familiar talaga sila sa isa't isa. But what about the players from WP Academy who has been just storming through every tournament known in this country, no? Talagang pag may tournament tapos may pangalang WP Academy, this is your automatic favorite. With their addition of Devoured into the jungle, now removing austerity, tas ngayon pinasok nila si Devoured, could you believe the drastic improvement in terms of aggression and performance na itong roster na to?
I think Devoured has been such a stellar addition to the team, and of course, Azavet being a very strong player as well. These two names I've seen countless of times in this League of Legends scene in the Philippines. I'm not surprised that they've made it this way thus far into this tournament, and I'm so surprised that it just happens to be in here Predator League that they made such a stomp of a series so far throughout everything. And it's not even a surprise. What am I even saying? They've just been so good so far throughout their entire stay here in the League of Legends Philippines scene.
Isa rin sa mga na-overlook dito sa WP Academy is their top laner, Relie, no? Kasi it always used to be win-1 na talagang masasabi mong is the frontrunner for the roster of WP Academy just because of the pool that he has. But Relie reminds me of the traditional top laner in prior seasons that knows how to play util and at the same time use that mid to late game as the advantage na sa sobrang kunat ko at sa sobrang useful ko, wala talagang humaharang sa akin, and I feel like Relhia is the one that balances out the aggression of both Mist and as well as Devoured na nagiging fragile din the moment we reach the mid game. Kasi sa sobrang sa pagbigay din ng funnel from both ADC and jungler, minsan nasa-shutdown talaga sila, and I feel like that one added layer like Relhia could really help WP Academy balance things out para hindi lang pure aggression talaga. And comparing that to the matchup of Naos where every single one of the players are really balanced, wala nag-overstep, kalmado lang talaga, waiting for that prime opportunity. Parang ang ganda talaga ng comparison nitong dalawang teams na to, and I'm all in for it. Like, talagang ibanat nyo ng Game 3.
I'm hoping for a Game 3. I'm looking to see the full stretch of this tournament that we have so far. I mean, we've got to see such an amazing games yesterday as well. I'm hoping to see such amazing performance from both teams as well today. And I'm not going to put it past them that they will give us a stellar best of 3 series. Whether it's a 2-1, I'm looking forward to what they have to bring to the table.
Ay, ito, pre. Sino yung pinadala ng dalawang teams na to para ilaban sa head-to-head? Could it be jungler versus jungler? Jungler versus ADC? Mikey Hanna versus Concept? Probably we don't know. Pero ito na nga ating head-to-head. It's top laner against ADC. Relhia from WP Academy up against Dawn of Naos Esports. Take a look at those numbers, Keenan. 11.5 KD from Relhia as a top laner, by the way. And Dawn scoring an 11.22 KD. Dun palang grabe nga na talaga yung comparison. Parang hindi nagkakalayo. But yung average damage na binibigay, dyan sila nagkatalo.
I'm gonna say this right now though. If you look at the numbers, I know there's a big difference in average damage dealt, but you look at the KDA, you look at the average kills, and you look at basically everything else, and you notice that there's a trend going on that they like to take a lot of skirmishes on the side of Naos, but on the side of West Point Esports Academy, it's all about ending the game quickly. The moment they have a lead, they just push it forward and they end it as fast as they can. And I think that's why these stats show, it goes to show how they play their way through the game. And I think it's a big an indicator for how these two will go into this matchup.
I feel like Keenan is just being the Filipino hyper-aggressive player that any solo queue player could absolutely relate to. It's the fact that these players really do still have the solo queue in them to try and be more hyper-aggressive instead of the usual things that we see on the far more greener grasses where we like to play passive. We like to just play snowball, try to go for lane swaps, and then try to play it aggressively once there is a 5v5. Pero dito talaga sa metang to, especially in Predator League Philippines during the Swiss stages, solo kill, solo kill, solo kill. That has been the theme. But what are the far more emphasized keys to victory for these two teams? Let's take a look right now to try and emphasize even more for these two teams. For WP Academy, they have so much experience in them na parang nagsisimula pa lang ang League of Legends, you already know these these players' names. So talagang manghihinayan ka rin at medyo matathreaten ka rin talaga sa experience nila. But for Naos Esports, take a look at that. Their early game laning phase. That has been the bold letters na binibigay talaga ng Naos Esports. So what do you think now is the counterpart where Naos Esports excels in the early game? Kaya nga ba tapatan yun ng WP Academy? What do you think?
Well, I mean, the fact that WPE Academy likes to end games quickly and Naos likes to play on skirmishes, winning the laning phase, I feel like we're going to get a lot of fights here in the early game. I think this is going to be an insane circus, if up there I say.
Ilang games? No, not ilang games. How many kills? How many total kills? Kasi the largest we've seen so far is 50 plus. Okay, that's the largest we've seen. But that's just across 2 to 3 games.
Oh, man.
Ito pre, sa isang game pa lang, I'm already expecting 30 plus kills. The far from traditional that we see. So ikaw Keenan, as the connoisseur of like high kill count games, kasi yun din yung mga kinas natin ng Swiss, how many kills do you predict?
I'm expecting a kill per minute, honestly. Kill per minute, kill per 2 minutes. That's my guess here. I'm not gonna put it past these two teams to really just fight their way through the entire battlefield to the Nexus. So
I'm so excited.
I'm excited for this as well, Salvatore. I mean, what can you expect, right? It's going to be an insane mashup of absolute pure skill, talent, experience, and drafting. And I'm looking forward to the draft, by the way. I'm such a nerd when it comes to that.
Okay, so we've talked about a lot of the stuff, especially from the head-to-head. Pero gusto ko gumawa rin tayo ng sarili nating head-to-head because this is going to be really important because we all know the ideology of what caliber of game style and gameplay we could possibly see from both Galata and Devoured. Pero yung mid-lane matchup, I'm really excited for that. Pero mamaya na yung usapang head-to-head, you know? Pag-usapan muna natin ang pinakamalupit na bagay na dala sa atin ni Predator dito, you know? Is yung pinakamalupitan nilang promo because you can enjoy 2 screens at once, Mr. Keenan. All you have to do is to avail any Acer Predator notebook at makakakuha ka na ng libreng monitor. None other than the Acer Predator XP273U because that monitor is equipped with 27-inch 1440p display, 165Hz pa yan. Because one screen is not enough, you need 2. Yun nga lang naman ang kailangan mong gawin. All you have to do is buy an Acer Predator notebook, tapos meron ka ng monitor.
Tama. Honestly, 2 screens are better than 1, as after us they say, you know. 2 is better than 1 always. But, you know, that goes with the monitors as well. You can't count out as well yung GPU mo. Of course, yung RTX 5000 series, engineered to outperform. Featuring the powerful RTX 5070 Ti series. See the future of gaming performance. Get yours now.
Yes, that is an amazing arsenal that you can have para ma-enjoy mo nga talaga ang maximum performance sa League of Legends. That is the RTX 5000 series. But let's now talk about the head-to-head potential do. Pero, ayun, parang kinalembang tayo. Kailangan na daw natin mag-nostra. And I really do not want to curse out these teams just yet. Because me and Giyang Gaming still has that one kind of omen where we vote and predict. And the team that we predicted ended up losing. Pero tatanggalin ko muna yung malas na yun. Ikaw muna ang uunahin ko, Mr. Keenan. You will be the one to start off the prediction. Who do you think will win for our very first ever Predator League Philippines League of Legends? WP or Naos? Your vote.
Well, I'm a stickler for cheering for the underdog, in my opinion. The team that was literally recently acquired by Naos, formerly Capybara. I'm cheering 2-1. Naos will take the win.
No bias intended.
No bias intended. No bias.
No bias
I'm one for
intended.
underdogs. I'm one for underdogs.
Alright.
I'm
Kita ko tumataas balahibo mo. Halata ka masyado, boss. Pero, why? Bakit now? So you really like those underdog stories, no?
Oh, I definitely do. Okay, so my mind says West Point Esports. My heart says Naos simply because I feel like they're hungrier to win.
Ooh,
You
okay.
expect West Point to win every single time, and they're used to winning. But sometimes that can also be something you can take advantage of. And I think Naos, knowing their skill set and how they've gone through the tournament, yes, they've been defeated in the Swiss stage before by West Point, I believe. But now it's grand finals. It's a different stage. The pressure is different. I'm expecting Naos to shift things up, especially now that they've adjusted to their new play style.
Keenan, I have one question for you. What day is it today?
Sunday.
It's a Sunday. It's a regular Sunday for West Point Esports Academy. I'm voting for them 2-0 just because of the experience that they innate and how much aggression that they have. No matter what early or mid to late game that they throw against their opponents, at the end of the day, they do have enough macro to overcome any pressure during the early game. Yes, it is the most important aspect of the game, but they do know how to scale and play that macro to the 100% perfection. So yes, I stand by it. Bold letters, capital, 14 font pa yan, boss. WP Academy 2-0. I'm sorry. Yes, my heart says Naos, but we still gotta stick to WP Academy being those current kings of League of Legends. It would have been Our Lady of Fatima University, but we all know where they are right now. But yes, as our predictions still stand, kayo ba dyan guys live at SM North EDSA, and to our viewers live at the Facebook live stream of Acer Predator Gaming, cast your vote right now. Is it going to be WPE win or Naos win? Let us know in the comments or let us know right now here live at SM North EDSA. Oh my God, pre, could you imagine na ilang segundo na lang, Mr. Keenan, magsisimula na nga tayo ng ating derby, ang duelo ng Naos versus WP Academy. Ine-expect mo bang darating tayo sa araw na to, pre? Would you believe it that there is the word Predator League Philippines and then League of Legends at the same sentence, bro?
Oh, I never would have expected this. But I mean, you know what? It makes a lot of sense given the names, right? I mean, but I'm looking forward to this. And of course, the fact that we're finally here to have the first League of Legends, for Predator League, I'm imagining this to be big. It's going to be a big start here for the League of Legends scene. Not the start, sorry, but a follow-up for the League of Legends scene here in the Philippines. I'm looking forward to what they can bring to us here, in the Grand Finals. And I'm thinking, this Grand Finals will showcase what the Philippines has to offer, really, when it comes to League of Legends as well.
And all I could hope for is the first of many for Predator League Philippines League of Legends, because this is indeed the pilot year, but we're going on a very hot start with 100 plus teams from both campus rivals, and then to the qualifiers itself. Mainit na kagad ang binibira neto mga teams na to, just to crown themselves champions. And we could not thank you enough for Acer Predator Gaming for allowing League of Legends to be blessed in their area, and as well as to give these opportunities to these players para ma-showcase ang kanilang talento sa larangan ng Filipino League of Legends. And later on, ladies and gentlemen, we will now experience the greenery of Summoner's Rift, so stick around because the grand finals of Naos Esports and WP Academy will commence later on. Nag-predict na nga tayo, no, Keenan? We already said a lot of the stuff, pero itong head-to-head, gusto ko talagang ma-emphasize to. Oo, nakita na natin Relihia versus Don. But for Mr. Abyss, Keenan, who do you like to get matched up with? Sino yung pwede mong itambal sa mga dalawang players sa dalawang teams na to?
I don't know. That's a hard one, honestly.
Yes, it is.
There's just so many notable players from both sides. I can't really decide on that. I want to know yours first. You asked me my prediction first. I want to know yours first.
Men, napaka-underrated na itong matchup na to, no? Because it's always gets overlooked just because of the role. Concept versus Azevid. That is something na I feel like is going to be very, very underrated, and at the same time, talaga bang support yung pipiliin nila dito? I'm going to be surprised if it's going to be Nico versus Poppy in the support role on the bottom side. Pero traditional supports, mas gusto kong doon nananaig actually, if it's going to be Enchant Enchanter? Is it going to be tank or engage? Because you can really bring out the best of both for both Acevid and as well as Concept. Kasi doon pa lang makikita mo how well prepared they are in the meta. Will they favor the ADC? Will they favor the jungler? How well aggressive they are on the roaming side of the support role, you know? Kaya maganda yung pwedeng ipakita dito kasi maraming engages na pwedeng maganap from those two supports, and at the same time, yung macro na idadaling nga tala sa mapa mismo. Is it going to be roam heavy? Is it going to be like a lane swap sort of thing for both of them? Pero yun nga, I really like that matchup in the bottom lane.
I'm looking forward to the matchup. Very underrated sports in my opinion. You know, they're the slept-on heroes of every League of Legends game. So you know what, Concept Acevet, I'm looking forward to their matchup. They're head-to-head, and I think knowing how these two teams play, they're gonna be a crucial factor in every single team fight in these skirmishes, right? But you know, I've asked you yours, mine. I mentioned it a while ago already, but you know, Devoured versus Galata, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, the up-and-coming collegiate versus a staple name in the scene already. You're expecting something that's just very, you know, I mentioned it, Nao's underdog versus the experienced team. It comes to the junglers as well. And junglers are going to be such an important factor when it comes to objective taking that West Point Esports love to do.
Alright, here we go! Picks and bans for game number 1. Line being drawn in the sand here for the Naos and WPE Battleground. Already, target na kagad si Devoured with the Viego ban. But that Poppy being targeted on the top end as well as the bottom lane. Ang ganda ng pinapakita na itong dalawang teams ito when it comes to, you know, just trying to suppress any form of advantage. Pero feeling ko Naos, they're banning out not just the champions na meron dapat si Devoured dito, but they need to be careful on those ADC picks. Ipaprayo kagad ba nila in this fearless draft? Probably a Varus ban or a Kai'Sa ban siguro.
I'm expecting the Kai'Sa ban. If anything, unless they let it through. They even ban out the Kiana Rumble right on the side of West Point Esports. I think they're trying to get rid of that top side strength that Naos really likes to prioritize. They really prioritize their top side carry potential to really activate Dawn as well in his ADC position. So West Point Esports Academy, they've been doing their homework. It's not just Dawn you have to take note of. It's of course their top side as well of Naos Esports. And of course, Azir ban, I think we kind of expected that.
Yeah, none surprised on that one. Actually, for WP Academy, they might just ban out an ADC on this one because Dawn absolutely is cracked right now with that KDA performance. So hindi na siguro pwedeng ikatakot pa ng WP Academy na maghanap ng ADC ban dito. Probably ban out that one singular advantage na pwedeng ibato ng Naos in the early game, especially yung level 3 ni Don tsaka ni Concept. But they do not fear the bottom lane that much. Keenan, an Ambessa ban targeted around Fabi, and Naos Esports now will be first picking, and I feel like it just has to be a Wukong or a Xin Zhao.
I think it's either the jungler or the top laner they have to prioritize here. They're whittling down all the options they have for Naos Esports. West Point Esports Academy, they're trying to target Fabi as much as possible, but they end up going for the Talia first pick.
Okay.
This can be countered by
That
Arena.
is risky. Kasi this could be picked by Rise or even Victor. Lalo na nga rin na wala pa nag-ban ng Silas nga dito no? For WP Academy, they might just go for an ADC support kagad dito on their first two picks just because if they want the less powerful Talia, kailangan nilang pumili ng either immobile na ADC like Varus or even a Varus Lulu para lang talaga matanggal yung lakas netong Talia. Oh, wait. Tama yan. Hindi mali yan. Tama yan. I feel so. Okay. The one true counter to a LeBlanc is Talia, pero parang yun na nga ata talaga ang pinili ng WP Academy. I am in shock right now. Challenging Talia. Kagad, pre.
They're leaving. I'm surprised.
They're leaving ADC support.
Yeah, exactly. And they had other options like Oriana being open, but no, they go for the LeBlanc. And of course, the Xin Zhao, as you mentioned, right? Xin Zhao being such high priority here. They're going to counter with the Wukong. Of course, a very standard matchup in the professional scene. But
Yung LeBlanc talaga, pre.
I'm so confused by that. I don't get it.
Pero,
interesting.
Baka may niluluto si Cherb na hindi natin alam, pre.
Tama.
Pero ball on your court, WP Academy, for us to be impressed just because the nature of the matchup, Talia always wins these kinds of fights. Oo, pwede mong ibigay yung early game sa LeBlanc, but in terms of scaling, this has to be a Talia game for Naos Esports, and there is nothing that they could possibly do para ma-force yung late game. Pag nag-late game pa yun, pwede pa maging alanganin yung Talia, but buti na nga lang meron silang insurance plan dito with the Caitlyn pick. Now, WP Academy on their second phase of the banning, ang dami nilang pwedeng tanggalin dyan, especially the Nautilus or even the Leona para dun sa Caitlyn na synergy.
I'm wondering here how that synergy will work here, especially because both teams are
my
dropping
God!
their bot lane.
Wait, pre! I know this is
They're top
I know
laning,
this is
sorry.
fearless. I know this is fearless, pero Jin already.
Yeah.
Para itapat sa Caitlyn, when Varus, Kaisa, Yunara, Tristana is open. Okay, Mist, I see you.
I think they're going for comfort here more than anything. I mean, the top side of Naos is very standard, but the bot side from both sides is just very much so, standard to their play style, I think. And I think that's what they're prioritizing here over the standard sort of like draft meta. But now you drop their top laners on both sides. They're going to be both banning out supports and tops. I think they're whittling down again a lot of options from both areas. And I think West Point and Naos have to be wary of this.
Yeah, so far there is not much of a bruiser ban here for both of these teams in the second phase. And I'm kind of expecting there should be some Aatroxes or even the Irelias. Pero wala nga talaga, you know? So I feel like the supports could be the priority here for WP Academy para i-ban out nga nila, and they definitely did with an Enchanter ban to Karma kasi ang ganda talaga ng synergy dyan. But that leaves Naos Esports to add more engage on top of that what they have from Seismic Shove, Cyclone, and as well or even the Yordle Snaptrap na meron dito ang Naos. But for Naos, they could really ban out Nautilus. Parang ang ganda nun, or even ban out Jax para dito kay Relia.
Honestly, I'd ban out Sion personally. Or Jax, puede also,
Whoa.
actually. Mordekaiser, so they're saying take the tank. They're saying take the Sion if ever. They ban out Mordekaiser, so now they don't have a counter to
It's
it.
kind of odd kasi there's no reason for WP Academy to play an AP scaling top laner just because they already have a LeBlanc.
Exactly, right? Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. So they leave a lot of options here for the side of West Point Esports Academy. I'm wondering what they'll end up picking here. It's definitely going to be the top laner, in my opinion, here. Because they ban out supports, they're prioing the top side area for their own team.
Has to be Sion, no? It's the safest pick.
Oh.
Pero yun nga, they
The
did not
Nautilus,
ban
you
out the
mentioned.
Nautilus. So ipaprayo nga nila to for WP Academy, for Naos Esports. Now with Poppy out, kasi nga binan nila to during in the first phase, this would have been really, really good right now for Naos to use the Caitlyn Poppy bot lane. Pero hindi na nga natin makikita yun for the red side. So they have to pick a top laner right now na pwede nga nilang magamit para mapigilan kagad yung engage heavy ng Nautilus at yung burst out dito ng LeBlanc. But Brom is also a good pick. Sa dami ng engage na meron ng WP Academy, they need that kind of disengage.
I agree. And I think the Braum is just such a regular counter pick to Jhin. Right? You expect Jhin to burst, Braum just blocks everything with the Unbreakable.
Whoa!
And there it is!
Teka lang muna mga boss. Game 1. Oh my God, Relhia.
Yeah,
That's not a pocket pick, Keenan. That is a secret pick. Okay, I expect Jax, Gragas, Aatrox, Kesante for all of the good reasons. But yes, we are not blinded by the lights right now, Keenan. A Vayne top lane for Relhia.
I don't know what to say. I mean,
Oh my God.
you look at the draft of now esports.
It's good.
It's good, but their whole engage relies on that Talia Wukong. They don't have a standard engage, and you get that double ADC on West Point Esports Academy. How are you going to catch that Vayne? How are you going to catch that Vayne? That's going to be so hard. And even if you do catch the Vayne, you still have the Jhin to worry about. The LeBlanc. They have so much mobility on their side, and yes, Talia can get that around with the tiles, but is it enough?
Yeah, kita ko na dito na Naos Esports needs to stand out individually. None of the players of WP Academy should be able to snowball or scale to their power spike. Kasi kung mawawala man sa mapa dito ang Xinxiao, buti na lang may Jhin. Kung walang Jhin dito, they have the Vayne. There's so many layers of offense sa draft na binuo ng WP Academy that absolutely everyone should be at an absolute unit talaga. For Naos Esports, it's kind of like the idea of chemistry. Ang ganda ng pinagsasamahan nila dito because of the draft that they have from Brom, from the Sion, and as well as the Caitlyn. So there is a lot of team fighting, there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of range and sustain. Ang ganda ng team fighting dito ng Naos Esports. So draft-wise, on paper, Naos has this in the bag. But I am really scared of the snowballing na meron ng WPE.
You're running double ADC, right? Vayne, Jhin. They have so much carry potential towards the late game, and I was worried about the Scion pick that Naos ended up getting for free, but then West Point just picked a tank counter immediately with the Vayne. I mean, what else do you expect there? I wouldn't have predicted the Vayne pick.
That is a crazy curveball. Kasi I'm looking for DPS para sa WP Academy. I expected Jax because that is the next thing that they could possibly think of when it comes to DPS. But What an amazing curveball, eh, no? Parang
Yeah.
grabe yung gising mo, Relhia. The moment na nagising ka ng araw na to, naisip ko, maglalaro ako ng Bane dito sa SM North, pre.
I mean, he really threw us for like a random play here. I think all of us were shocked by that Vayne pick. But I'm looking forward to it because it definitely fits the playstyle that West Point Esports Academy like to do. And I think given the way that they've drafted out their composition, I think it's going to rely heavily on the fact that they're going to look for picks. They're basically a pick comp. They run into a team fight with a Sion Braum, they end up losing that, right? Wukong Talia, there's so much team fight potential for now. So I think West Point Esports Academy, it's all gonna be about taking those picks with the LeBlanc, with that Vayne out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is a team that is composed of some sort of individuality, you know, for WPE Academy. But I like the roster na binuo talaga ng Naos dito because of the death bushes, the engages, and just everything in between. Ladies and gentlemen, SM North, make some noise! Game number 1 to crown us champions of the first ever Predator League Philippines League of Legends. Naos versus WPE. It's now time. Oh my God, I'm so excited. And not even any of these teams are daring for an invade.
Respect. It's the respect line, honestly. So they're gonna be playing out safe and steady. I think both teams want to win out their lanes without risking too much in the early game. I mean, both sides, their early game potential in the level 1 skirmish is definitely not the strongest, I'd say. So I think they're just gonna be played respectfully here, trading out a little bit in the mid lane, maybe.
Yeah, it's not an error, man. We are seeing Vayne and LeBlanc, which are like the two picks that you couldn't even see in the daylight during Swiss and semifinals. But take a look right now at the most important game of the lives of WP Academy. They give us something that we are so surprised about, no? Okay, so the concept here is Mikey Han really going to be the one that is going to be favored in the mid lane fight? Yes, may pwedeng ipakita dito si Chirp na pwedeng makapagbago ng Agos dito, you know, but I'm highly expecting that every single player of Naos, not putting pressure, but every single one of them has to scale well into that mid game kasi kailangan talaga nilang waldasin yung tagal ng oras ng WP Academy because that scaling and snowballing potential that they have, absolutely strong.
Definitely. I think the scaling potential is the crucial factor here. But of course, you know, you look at both sides and, well, I want to see how the team fights go for Naos, right? The lack of engage besides their Wukong Talia combo really will be a crucial factor here. But looking at this, they actually swapped out.
Top lane.
It's a swapped out lane. Their Caitlyn's actually top as well. They do a classic pro gamer move here where it's swapping their bot lane
it's
top.
only reasonable to use silver bolts against Sion.
True.
Right. Pero we're not seeing that right now. Another curveball. Pero inside of the game na ngayon. Okay, so yeah, what the heck is this, bro? Yeah,
it's a classic professional gamer move here for League of Legends, right? I mean, swapping the bot on top. I think they wanted to get rid of that Vayne Sion matchup, but I think West Point Esports Academy.
Good read, by the way.
Good read, really good read. It puts Fabi in such a difficult position now, and now they can't even lane swap anymore until the 4-minute mark. So they really have to play out this lane as much as possible, but it could be a roam potential
yeah,
as well.
silver lining here for Fabi kasi mas mamaximize niyo yung stacks ng Soul Furnace niya dito, you know? So you have that security measure na titigas ka talaga. Whoa!
Oh no, Mikey Han needs to be careful, but Concept has roamed away. Chirp already dishing out a lot of chip damage. Mikey Han low on mana.
Yeah, we read this already during the pregame that it has to be the proactiveness of the supports to go for that roams. Kita mo kagad, nabasa to kagad ni Asived, and because of the nature that we have on the Void Grubs, now Esports needs to have that one because every single one of them can really skirmish those towers and get that gold advantage. At the end of the day, Naos doesn't need to fight. They need to play passive. They need to get that gold and utilize that gold bank that they have para ma-outscale ang WP Academy pagdating sa, hindi sa lakas, sa items eh.
Tama. I mean, I'm looking forward to how this turns out. But of course, you know, Fabi and Relia, they need to learn how to play this matchup accordingly, especially Fabi, because it's Sion and the Vayne. That's such a difficult matchup there. But so far, he's doing pretty well, I'd say. Low on mana, yes, but has the TP available, can look to back away and reset, but now missed. Oh, is heal gonna be committed? Dawn needs to be a bit careful. Azabeth can definitely go for a dredge line here and make it a bit difficult for Dawn. But they've finally done their lane swap with the splash. Devoured goes for a tower dive and gets the kill. Not able to get it. And of course, the Condemn stopping Fabi from getting the trade there.
When sobrang nipis pa nung pader na yun, luckily enough, Relhia got the right timing on the Condemn. That would have been a really good glory in death para dito kay Fabi as Devoured successfully getting the tower dive. So that is now a gold in the bank plus 300 para dito sa WP Academy. And they're playing their cards right. Not much of an overextension on the bottom side engage.
Yeah, I think it was a perfect dive from Devoured there. Playing it along with Valhia there, it was just perfect execution. Not risking anything, of course, a supportive Condemn as well to stop the Scion passive from getting the trade-off. I gotta say, already, WPA getting a stellar early game, activating their top side, technically, who's in the bot side, but their top side here so far in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that kind of idea na pwede nang iba to ng Naos Esports na dahil nga nakapag-ipon na sila ng resources dito, they could now force that kind of team fight. Yes, WP Academy has been waiting for that kind of spot wherein individuality will stand out from roams to ganks. Yun yung hinahanap ng WP Academy dito, you know? Pero maganda so far yung ginagawa ng Naos dito na pinipigilan nga nila yun except from that happening on the bottom from the bottom side. Given na yun, napaka-immobile ng Sion and they really forced out a lot of summoners during the early. So WP Academy is just on the waiting shed right now for their next move na it's not going to be that kind of team fight. It's still going to be that pick.
Yeah, I mean, right now already, it's going to be about the picks, yes, but looking at this lane swap coming out already, Chirp, getting so much poke damage to Makihan, and I mean, it's a difficult matchup for both sides, in my opinion. There's a lot of poke damage that Chirp can take advantage of once the tiles are already on cooldown. So it makes it a little bit difficult for Makihan to get the trades off. But now, on the other lane swap here, Salvatore, it's pretty standard gameplay so far. Dragon is spawning, or already spawned, so 5 minutes in, you're going to be expecting a clash here on the bot side.
Yeah, teleport both up here for both Papi and as well as Relhia. So, yun yung inaantay talaga natin dito. Plus the fact na pwede na mag-roam ngayon si Aceved. Instead of getting the smite on the ultimate spellbook, he now opted to go for to teleport instead. So parang mas iniigihan talaga ng WP Academy to go for early roams instead. Nice ace in the hole para ma-force yung recall dito para kay Chirp. So putting Naos on the pedestal right now and on the easiest spot na lahat ng iniipon nila ngayon is for that Dragon priority.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the Dragon priority, and Makihan will be getting that early back first. So now the recalls are going to be coming out. TP's available, getting the Dredge Line concept. Doesn't have the Unbreakable. Again, counter to Jin. I mean, has the fourth shot, but now they're looking for a gank possibly here.
Yeah, pababa si Devour dito, but he's priming himself to go for the Dragon fight. Concept and Don already priming themselves as well para ilaban nga to. Again, they need to be careful of the Weaver's Wall. So now WP Academy and Naos just poking the bear right now, trying to save Grace. Tinitignan nga nila kung maganda nga ba yung odds nila para may panalo nga nila dito, no? But there is a bit of level deficits for both teams. But Don definitely can even things out up against Mist. So damage output, tablado pa sila ditong dalawa.
I will say though, I mean, given the fact that Makihan and Chirp already got back into lane, I think they're going to be playing it safe on both sides. They don't want to risk the Dragon fight just yet. They are going to be trying to get the pokes at the very least. But as of it, they even saved the TPs. I just realized Makihan saving the TP knowing
wait.
they can play for the play. Yes.
Devoured is now on. Devoured used Fog of War. Nakapasok na siya ng Dragon Pit ngayon and nobody from Naos is trying to understand this. Pero look at the fight!
Oh, Concept gets taken down by Relhia. It will be the back away. Unable to get the concussive blows though, but it will be Galata actually being the one to taking the Drake actually, in fact. He's down there in the Dragon Pit and Devoured has no way to notice this. So it will be first objective, but 2 kills to WPA.
Yes, I'm corrected. Si Galata pala talagang gumamit ng Fog of War dito, no? Pero WP Academy had like the wrong timing to force that skirmish on the bottom side instead of going to the Tribush at try i-cancel out dito yung pagkuha ni Galata. Here comes Weaver's Wall.
Oh, he's going for the engage. Relhia needs to be careful. Doesn't get the side shove. Makihan needs to get taken down, but will be Makihan just barely getting the clutch auto attack onto Relhia. Not landing the seismic shove, but gets the kill.
Tumble bonus AD na cancela dito mula kay Relhia. So at least WP Academy has like a sort of consolation prize, no? Tatlong boy grabs, malaking bagay yan para kay Devoured or even kay Relhia. And we're still waiting for that kind of power spike na kanina pa nga nila iniipon nga dito, no? But yes, with less items that they have currently in this current timestamp, parang there's nothing that they could do. Probably wait out for the second Dragon or even at least mag-overextend si Fabi and get that pick just to get that gold lead right back into their bank. But yes, Naos Esports, they've been playing this tremendously well. Apakatahimik nila, but it's them being quiet but effective during the mid to late game.
I will say, I mean, first Drake going to the side of Naos Esports is a good way to start given the fact that they are a team fight-oriented playstyle and team fight-oriented composition. Getting that Drake stack will be crucial in pushing forward the lead. But look, Galata Looks like he's going to be going for a play here. Gets the Fog of War. Taking out the back, I think he is unaware of this. No, he is aware, and he's going to be backing away. It's going to be the lane swap here, and with that, it's going to be Relhia needing to back away. Cherb and Azafed just down to the mid lane, and of course, again, it's just another lane swap. I mean, this is pretty standard coming out from the side of both teams. Of course, you need to be wary on the side of Naos Esports. It's going to be a possible feats of warfare going to the side of WPA here.
Okay, so Tower now being effectively taken down here by Dawn. You can definitely feel na malaking tulong to sa pagkuha ng mga tower plates. I feel like this is going to be a really easy job here for Naos Esports because they do have the range and at the same time, they do have the ample amount of power para pigilan kagad dito yung pwedeng maging skirmish from Mist. Here comes Stretchline, pero grabe naman yung pagbabanta doon eh, no? Wala pang serrated Dirk dito si Mist. Though he has Curtain Call, but I feel like it's still being that effective na hindi kami magbabackdown, kaya pa rin namin talaga lumaban.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about courageous moves here coming out from both sides, right? I think they're very much aware that it's all about the courage to make a certain play, right? Even whether or not you have your item ready, if your team makes a play, you gotta follow up. You gotta go all in, and that's what makes a world champ. That's what makes a champion here in this scene. But of course, Cherb going in forward gets stunned up by the tiles there. The seismic shove doesn't land. Cherb able to back away, but just chips back and forth here. They're trading rather well on both sides in the mid lane.
Pero nagkabaliktad na nga ngayon eh, no? Mas effective na nakukuha ni Cherb yung minion wave talaga. Whereas Mikey Hunt just kind of have like a deficit ngayon. Pero kita mo, walang nag-dare sa kanilang mag-recall. So that's a potential solo kill in the mid lane. They all both have their ultimates. Pero in terms of burst damage, it's kind of like even right now on both mid laners. Oh, wait lang. Okay.
Oh, it's just a clone. But Cherb, flash forward, seismic
Take a look
look
at
at that. Cherb going low in HP. The
Cherb!
auto attack's coming forward, but Devoured
Cherb!
coming the flash. Oh, the flash comes forward by Cherb, but Devoured does have the
Takbo!
flash available. Looking for the play here. Mikey Han needs to run away. Does have the Weaver's Wall available. But he
Yeah,
just
not using it. Rock Surf, sapat na yan, Fred. The bonus movement speed,
speed.
absolutely goated here for the Thalia. Man, I'm so highly expecting of that solo kill already. Kasi nga, kahit nga pwedeng mag-distortion dito si Cherb, that huge threaded volley or even the unraveled earth, malaking bagay na yun para masuppress yung buong kit ng LeBlanc. So I'm kind of surprised na Mikey Han didn't capitalize on that opportunity. Pero at least the silver lining here for both WP and Naos as mid laners is makakapag-ipon na nga sila dito ng items, probably build their first, and then utilize that for the upcoming Dragon fight.
I will say this is not what I expected from this game. 12 minutes in, only
It's
3
highly
kills.
passive, no?
It is very passive. I mean, both teams are respecting each other. Might be the nerves also, grand finals, right? You want to play it safe. You don't want to play too risky. But come on, this is not what I expect in the grand finals. But thus far, so far, it looks like West Point Esports Academy, they have a lead going on building here. 1.2k gold, not a lot. But it's been slowly growing throughout as the game progresses.
They're picking Dragon now, so surely WP Academy could see this as an opportunity to go for the 50-50. Since meron naman silang Pryo sa may top side, pwedeng antayin ni Relhia yung teleport dito ni Fabi or just utilize every Pryo from mid to bot lane to get that control sa may Dragon. Pero nakuha na nga to talaga. And there's nothing that they could really do about there's nothing that they could really do other than wait kung ikaw ang Naos Esports dito eh. No? But there's a lot of delay mechanics na pwedeng gawin dito ng WPD tulad ng ginagawa ni Cherb ngayon.
Yeah, he's trying to force the back away. He knows Mikey Han has TP up available, and that's going to be a problematic. If he gets the recall, concept, needs to be careful. Azafed looking for the kill. Seismic shove doesn't land. Concussive blows though. Does son of Azafed there. The Nautilus needs to back away. Weaver's Wall actually blocks him away.
Nice wall!
Needs to be careful here. The Glaze of Fisher coming out as well. Garanta! And Dawn with the ace in the hole gets the kill. And with that, the support's now dead.
Apakalakas talaga ng presensya ng Brom sa teamfight eh, no? Plus the added Weaver's Wall. That is so much overkill for one pick-off here for Naos Esports. But that is already a good nail here for NSE. Just to get that control in the Dragon Pit. Pero dahil nga sa tagal at sa pag-hesitate dito ng Naos Esports, baka pwede pa nilang makasama dito si Azafed para matulungan ng WP Academy.
Oh, they need to be careful though. Thalia has already been able to TP back and forward. Mikey Han is aware of this. Gets to the play on forward. Ties to shove. Doesn't land. Mikey Han getting engaged on forward. Garanta needs to respond. Cyclone trying to come on forward as well. Able to get this curtain call.
He's still alive!
No, the curtain call is coming on forward alive as well, but it will get taken down. Feet of Warfare comes out as well. Cherb looking for the kill. Able to back away, but the curtain call needs to be a bit careful. Relhia is able to TP as well. Fabi With the decimating smash doesn't land thus far, but it will be Mikey Han getting taken down. Devoured though is fallen as well. There's no jungler inside of WPA.
Absolutely messy for WP Academy. Ang hirap hulihin ni Mikey Han because there is a Braum, there is a Wukong that has a lot of disengages. And because of this, Naos not only will they get Dragon Control, this is First Blood Tower, negating the 1.8. Kanina now just putting it to a 400 gold deficit. So, at the end, Naos Esports really pushed the limits of WP Academy in team fighting. At least na limit test na ngayon ng Naos Esports that they can absolutely fight bar to bar.
It was a beautiful cyclone, by the way, coming out from Galata. Galata. At that point, right, the Crescent Guard doesn't actually land on Mike Yan too well. It actually pushes him away. But of course, the Curtain Call comes out, gets the kill. That was exactly what I was expecting from Mist as well from the mid lane. And of course, now with a 1-for-1 trade, it's 3-3 now, but Feats of Warfare do go to the side of WPA. So objectives are very crucial for the Feats of Strength now.
Yeah, still looking pretty strong, WP Academy. They do have the resources enough for them to fight. Pero mas iniingatan na nila dito ngayon is yung magiging pwesto dito ni Devoured in the mid fights. So buhay na naman yung isa pang objective dito on the top side. I feel like there's going to be a lot of contest here for WP Academy. But if they are satisfied enough na sa lakas nila ngayon, they don't need an objective, they might just not contest it whatsoever.
Oh, really? Yeah. Needs to be careful. Gets hit by the seismic shove. Glacial Fissure comes out. The flash on forward. Able to back away. Devoured. Looking to run away as well. Doesn't want to take the fight. Mikey Han. The back away. They're trying to take this top
Nice
side
chunk,
control.
no?
Yeah, good. Lots of chunk here. They can look to contest for this tier 1 turret here, and it looks like they're going to utilize that redemption to heal them back up. Devoured. Dodging the seismic shove. They can't commit into this.
They're fighting!
Going for it. Gets the Crescent Guard out forward. This time, Redemption coming out from side of Naos. Concept needs to be careful. Going HP. Chirps
comes
over
Chirp.
here. Looking for the kill. Concept with the unbreakable.
Nice,
But yeah,
unbreak-
seismic
Whoa,
shove.
what a
Cyclone
cyclone!
comes forward. Galata looking for the kill possibly here, but it will be missed to collect the kill. The Concept with the Curtain Call from mid. And with that, it's a 1 kill for WPA, and they should be able to take the Rift Arrow.
Who would have thought that WP Academy, sila pa yung makakakuha ng kill dito after a very beautiful disengage from the Cyclone. They're not done!
Galata able to get the kill. Curb needs to be careful now. Mike Yan low on HP, low on mana as well, but now they can't get the Rift Herald action inside of WPA. They kind of overstayed their welcome, but Devoured is still going to be going for it.
Yeah, walang teleport dito si Chirp, so medyo alanganin na yung buhay niya dito. Galata has a full load of HP. Everyone here is absolutely healthy. WPE pa dito yung nadismaya. Sila pa dito yung naging dihado.
It's a flip here, Devoured. He has the advantage of the eye. He turns around, the Rift Herald, not giving it away. 1-7 HP, 1-3, and it will be stolen! Dawn gets it! And with that, it will be a fight down towards the Rift Herald pit. It will be down to this. 3 versus 3, 4 versus 3, in fact. But Azabeth's the first to fall. Dawn able to get the kill. Sure, low on HP, can't look to engage just yet. But it will be signed with the brute force going towards the forward angle. It will be Mist, gonna get caught off guard. Ace in the hole gets the kill! Double kill for Dawn. And Sherb unable to finish him off. Needs to back away as well. 6-4 now. Suddenly the lead is in favor of Naos Esports.
Now that is the team fighting of Naos Esports, exerting 100% during the Rift Herald fight. Walang nakatakas, walang tinipid ang Naos dun, especially trying to take the bank of Mist and Chirp as well. Madami nga silang kinuha dun, although Chirp managed to escape. Pero tinan mo naman, the lockdown that they have, both Azabeth couldn't use Dredge Line, walang nagawa yung Deadly Flourish or the movement speed of Mist. Naos Esports has so much lockdown. They might just be named Pandemic right now. Pero kita mo naman na Naos Esports is that confident to contest everyone from WP Academy. That's how strong they are right now in this current state of the game. At dahil nga talagang tinesting ni Devoured kung kaya niya ngang i-coin flip yung mga nangyayari dito, it just ended to a burst damage from the headshot of Dawn. So nakulangan sila ng gulang dito. WP Academy couldn't see anything. Di nga nila naipon yung 4th bullet ni Mist eh.
Yeah, I don't think they were able to get that off. And at this point now, it will be Drake. Drake hasn't been taken since 5 minutes, by the way. And now, Cloud Drake is still here. The second Drake here, Devoured, looking for it. They're actually clearing out really quickly. It's already down to half HP. I think Naos has to give this up. They have no vision whatsoever. They're unable to engage. Sherb actually looking for the engage step. Mikey needs to be careful. Gets locked on forward, rooted as well. Deadly Flourish comes out. But it won't be enough.
Yeah, pero tinan mo naman yung Rift Herald dito. A lot of pressure now on the mid lane. In terms of structures, kita mo ng malamang. Salamang talaga ang Naos Esports dito. No, what a Weaver's Wall! Medyo madedali sa pagkakita dito ang WPE.
Looking for it. Redemption comes out, able to keep him alive. Crescent Guard as well, trying to stay alive as well. Azabeth going for the engage with the Dredge Line. I think he overstayed. Glacial Fissure comes out, and Concept gets the kill. Azabeth goes for the hook when the rest of his team is backing away. Chirb still on the flank.
Look at the strength. Naos Esports got it back down.
Oh, Galatan going for the Cyclone, looking for the engage. engage. Finds Chirp. Chirp needs to flash away. Gets away. The Cyclone, second one, unable to get hit. But the turret on the bottom side, the top side actually gets taken down, and now they have to back away in the side of Naos Esports. Chirp still hunting. Galata, it's a tier 2 now for Naos, but Curtain Call comes out. Concept low on HP. Devoured looking for the engage. Fabi body blocking. Decimating Smash comes out as well. And now it will be Devoured. Going for the win becomes Lightning. Going for the engage. Chirp has forward as well.
Babalik
But
ka
he
nila.
gets taken
Oy,
around.
sumabog!
The unstoppable force comes on forward and gets the kill.
Sumabog! Grabe na wala si Chirp doon. WP Academy wanted an Uno reverse card. Everyone was low HP. Devoured and Chirp were convinced na kaya nga nilang magpasabog ng miyembro dito ng Naos. But they did not expect the health scaling na meron dito si Fabi. And WP Academy just wanted out of something from the Rift Herald. And the tower takes ng Naos. But they got absolutely nothing.
I mean, that was a bit comical. Chirp went on forward, and all Fabi did was click R, and unstoppable
Isipin
onslaught
mo,
came
pre,
out.
ginamit na ni Chirp lahat ng pantakas, tapos papasok lang ulit din sa pre.
Yeah, and then yun nga, natamaan siya ng yung unstoppable onslaught. He got hit by the ultimate of Sion, and because of that, he got knocked up, could not respo whatsoever, could not back away. The unexpected
No way,
force
man.
there from Naos Esports cost them Chirp's life.
And now, Atakan, kailangan to ng WP Academy. They need that adaptive force. Kung gusto nga nilang kahit hindi pa tumapat sa item, at least sa scaling ng damages na meron sila dito, Naos Esports could really be using the Atakan right now para mas lalo pa nilang ma-burst damage dito si Devoured and as well as Chirp na kanina pa nga nagiging hyper-aggressive. Devoured is on the opposite side of the map, no
So
contest
far.
whatsoever.
Yeah, I think this is a free Otacon. Devoured, they're just giving it away. I think they have to respo and trade somewhere, maybe go for a mid lane
Wala.
turret, but nothing. They have no objectives. They're going to get the mid lane turret at the very least, but they're respoing for this. Fabi does have the unstoppable onslaught coming on forward as well. Looking for the engage.
Eto
Miss!
na!
He is the target! He's going to be looking on forward, gets knocked up. Decimating Smash coming on forward as well. Dredge and cancels it. Ace in the hole coming on forward, gets the damage on to Miss. Down to 2/3 HP. But it will be a lot committed from both sides. Deadly Flourish. Sana but Devoured! Seismic Shove! He's the one that gets taken down instead!
That's two ultimates now down for Naos Esports, but luckily may nakuha pa nga silang isa dito. Miss still managing to escape just because of the amount of crowd control na meron dito si Acevid. So yes, WPA Academy can escape, but they can't fight. Wala silang mailaban nga dito. You know, they couldn't even contest at matulungan si Devoured nung nahuli pa nga siya dito ng Naos. So now, the draft is not looking pretty effective here for WP Academy, or we might just speak too soon. Pero sa dami ng fights na pinaforce ng Naos Esports, they have been on top.
It's just Naos Esports taking control of the full map. Mind you, they took Arakan, which means that they have feats of strength as well. That's the tier 2 boots. Yes, it's not as broken as when it was released, but it's still a very strong factor. Having a really good win rate in the game. I mean, having feats of strength gives you that slight advantage that can just win you the team fight at any given moment.
Yeah, this is tough for WP Academy if you're looking for a reason to recover from the amount of team fights that Naos Esports has been forcing from quite some time now. WP Academy collectively playing as 5 units and not just them being able to play out individually. Kasi kung may matitirang isa, oo, may pantakas nga, but Naos Esports has tremendous lockdown. They could easily get 300 gold if they wish they wanted to. But yes, that is the absolute storyline here. WP Academy, their arms are just too short. Naos Esports dominating the map.
And look at this. They're just taking full vision control on the side of Naos Esports. West Point Esports Academy, they're unable to take anything. And with Baron spawning in 2 minutes, it's going to be difficult. They're prioing the bot side though on the side of Naos Esports. They're looking for dragon control here.
Yeah, where will WP Academy find that itty-bitty of control? Para lang talaga maging 50-52, but it's already looking 90-10 here for Naos Esports. Kita mo, sarili nga nilang resources kinukuha na ng Naos Esports. The towers have been doing, the tower sieging of Naos Esports, ang laking bagay para makapag-map control sila sa blue side ng WP Academy. Sa dami ng kailangang i-push ng Naos Esports dito para mas mapalayo ang WP Academy, might as well give them every objective known to man. They'll be getting the second tier tower dito lang sa may bandang bottom side, putting them in a much more comfortable spot in the bus para makuha yung dragon control.
And I think they're going to have to give it away. I mean, it's just second rig for Naos Esports. So West Point Esports Academy, they don't have to be too worried. They'll trade the tier 2s. They'll trade for the dragon. Yes, it
Absolutely
will be an
worth.
objective, but honestly, I think both sides will have to deal with this. I think Naos takes the victory here, so to speak, in terms of objectives, right? A tier 2 and Dragon, but right now, it's going to be engaged. Azabeth going for a dredge line. This is really interesting. Glacial Fisher lands on the miss. Missy to be careful. Cyclone coming on forward as well. Engage on forward. Miss.
Okay.
Flashes away. Weaver's Wall blocking them away. Cyclone flash on forward by Galata. Going on to Devour.
Fabi!
Devoured with the Crescent Guard. Able to back away. However, Chirp going from the black line. It will be low HP Relia. Gets knocked up by the Decimating Smash.
Boom!
Concept still alive. Unbreakable activated. Miss getting engaged on concussive blows onto him. It will be Galata looking for the engage. Low on HP. Miss gets taken down. Mikey and gets the kill. That's 2-0.
That is one heck of a team fight for Naos Esports WP Academy. All they could do is just look. Everybody's on a crowd control. Everyone is stunned, knocked up, locked down. They couldn't move a single inch. Naos Esports, the sustain, the tankiness that they have. WP Academy, pumipitik lang sila sa mga kalaban nga nila. Look at this team fight. It was a very odd engage for Azabeth, pero maganda na yung reposition dito ni Miss. Makakasama niya sila Relhia dito. Marami nang pwedeng maitulong sana si Miss dito, but he's so immobile. Ang ganda ng threat na binibigay ni Concept dito, no? And Don, the power position that he has, he took control of both Cherb, devoured, and missed at the same time. Dahil dun sa cone na kinuha niya nga, no? WP Academy, what went wrong in the early game? It would have been good, pero tinan mo kung sino na lamang ngayon.
I didn't catch that, but Relia tumbled into the tiles. He got stunned because of that. And I think that costed them a lot of their damage here. And now Esports are taking full control. Chirp trying to get some chip damage out, but tiles once again being laid out. It's hard to engage. They need to back away, and Baron has spawned 2 Drakes up for Naos Esports. They also have a lot of map pressure. I wonder if they can even contest this.
Kapit sa patalim, dasal talaga sa pinakataas dito ngayon for WP to just score that 50-50. But Devoured, nowhere to be seen. Not even Wind becomes lightning and audacious charge. Wala talaga. This is the absolute freest 100% discount for Naos Esports' Baron. It's now a Baron empowered Naos. Here comes Glacial Fisher.
The Glacial Fisher devoured. He goes to check, but you have no vision. You end up falling for nothing. And because of that, Baron goes to the side of Naos Esports. They have a huge lead now, 4.6k gold lead.
Everything now such turns into absolute gold. Nothing that they could possibly do para magkamali pa kasi Relhia getting caught.
That's a decimating smash. Flash on forward. Fabi looking for the kill. Just needs one more auto attack.
No way.
One more charge and will be enough. Chirp getting flash on forward. Mike again looking for the seismic shove. Gets it. The seismic shove gets the land. He needs to guess right. Chirp backing on forward, but the auto attack finishes him off in the Krog pit. And with that, another 2 kills. 3 actually for the side of Naos. And now it's a tier 3.
Naos absolutely strong, wiping the floor against WP Academy. They couldn't even find that one single wave clear para lang mapigilan yung Baron empowered minions dito. And they're saving grace. Inhibitor on the top side. The best side you could possibly destroy an inhibitor para mas lalo mo pang ma-power pressure yung bottom and mid lane. Naos Esports, they could just wish anything and it will be given to them. So yes, Naos really is that team right now.
They really are that team at the moment. And I will say Naos Esports, they're looking clean. 16-4. This is exactly the high tempo that we were expecting from Naos Esports. Win out your lanes, win out the early game, and then you just go for an objective. And so far, Naos Esports, yes, it wasn't a huge lead that they built up in the early game, but it was just enough to snowball into this gold lead that they've built up thus far.
Look at the effectivity of every Naos Esports player. Not every single one of them is touching 3 deaths. That is how effective they are in range and as well as sustainability. They could force any team fight, and that's the strength that they have right now. WP Academy, wala silang wave clear.
Oh, the redemption comes out. Devoured already getting chunked out. It will be another inhibitor turret getting taken down. Inhibitor will fall as well. That's 2 inhibitors down. They have so much lane pressure. Redemption coming out. Healed on as well. But I think this is going to be backing away Chirp. Do you want to let them go?
May ang sakit dun. Baron, dun pa lang sa Baron empowered minions lang yun. Tinatanggap ni Cherb lahat ng chunk na yun. But the damage is absolutely done. 2 inhibitors down now for WP Academy. At least, sumasalo sa kanila yung minion wave. Pera din yan para makaipon ng lakas ng WP Academy. But what could you possibly do in a Naos Esports pressure game right now, Keenan?
I don't know. Honestly, I think this is just Naos' draft that basically won them this game. I mean, the draft synergy of Naos just makes the team fight so easy to pull off. While West Point Esports Academy, it's all about picks, and they're unable to find it. 3 inhibitors
Yo, they're
down.
closing
They're
it out.
going for the Nexus turrets. Azabeth going for no, gets the land on the concept, but Azabeth falling down on the low HP. Flashes away, Critical coming out as well. No redemption up on the side of Naos Esports. They have to back away. They still have Baron buff available with Sherb looking to choke, but it won't be enough for Abby. Trying to get some front line, trying to tank out a little bit. The Nexus turret ends up falling as well. Those respawn though, so that's not too worrying. But what's worrying is this unstoppable onslaught with the Weaver's Wall. Azabeth gets taken down. Relia getting engaged on my Galata. It will be the exhaust taking him down as well. Cherub looking for the back line, trying to get for the kill, but it's not enough. Looking for more. It looks like it's gonna be a fight for the end, and Cherub gets taken down. Nexus ends up falling. Naos Esports takes game number 1.
First blood drawn. WP Academy weeps in defeat. Of course, it had to start in the draft phase. Nung nakita talaga natin ang kalamangan ng Naos doon, we did not expect those secret picks from WP Academy, but with their nature, they were supposed to be the ones to excel. Pero pinakita ng Naos talaga na effectivity at its finest. They take the first game willy-nilly. Everything has been picture perfect from them. Lahat talaga pinag-isipan. Naos is kind of in the midst of like a perfect team right now. Every team fight is well thought of, and there's nothing WP could do. Kitang-kita mo talaga na they are frozen to themselves.
I gotta agree. I mean, you look at the composition that what's this? That West Point Esports Academy made, and it's all about the dive, right? You have the Blanc, you have Xin Chao, and then you have a Vayne, but then you have a Jin as well. That it doesn't really mesh together, and I think that's what cost them. Whenever the LeBlanc engaged, whenever the Vayne or the Xin Chao engaged or the Nautilus engaged, they were so de-synergized because one would back away while the other went forward, and now it's just take full advantage of that.
Yeah, it would have been really good no, kung nakuha ni Cherb yung mga burst items, but he went for sustain. Nakita na nga rin natin na nakakabuo na kahit papano si Relhia, but it just was really not enough kasi nakapag-frozen heart na rin dito si Fabi. So every bit of advantage na gusto kunin ng WP Academy dito na one-up na kagad ng Naos, not just from team fighting, but also trying to get that trying to just disregard everything pagdating sa lakas talaga ng WP Academy. It had the potential, pero hindi nga nila naabot. So kudos to Naos Esports for holding their own, not overextending, and not just forcing anything blindly, So yes, this is absolutely a game for the ages para sa Naos Esports because it's a rare occasion for us to see Naos Esports scale well from early to late game. Usually, pwedeng makitaan mo dun pa lang sa laban ng MCOM na kaya nga nilang i-counteract lahat ng ginagawa ng Naos during the mid to late game. Pero now, Naos Esports, with the amount of time that they practiced and prepared for this mental game na binabato ng WP Academy, start to finish has been really cinema for them.
I will say, now's the time. Dare I say, for Naos Esports. But, of course, that was just game number 1, right? Anything can happen thus far. They did have blue side pick, by the way, which, I mean, if you follow pro scene, I mean, blue side pick has such a huge advantage to a certain degree, right? In terms of drafting, in terms of objective control. And now, I imagine with West Point Esports Academy taking the loss here, they can have side selection, and I think this is where things can shift in their favor in terms of draft, in terms of objective control, which they very much love.
Okay, so at least the learning experience here for WP Academy is that every single game here is not gonna be easy. At least for WP Academy and as well here for Naos Esports, because we might just see a very hungry and bloodied up WP Academy that could force us game number 3 and the dreaded Silver Scrapes. So talagang babanatan talaga tayo ng WP Academy ng isang mahaba-habang stretch bago talaga natin makita ang fullest potential dito for a possible game number 3. But with Naos' confidence, momentum, and strength that they have currently, I'm not going to be surprised if this is going to be a clean sweep of the floor here for Naos Esports as they took over that game number 1 convincingly against the 3-0s of the Swiss stage WP Academy. Who would have thought the first game would be taken by Naos Esports? They had the draft 1, but for WP Academy, from what we saw during their Swiss experience is kahit anong draft pa yan kasi dahil WP kami, kukunin namin yung larong yan. But take a look who's laughing now, Keenan.
Oh, Naos Esports, they're the ones with the smiles on their faces.
Yes.
But it's not over just yet, Salvatore. We gotta be careful. But of course, that was an amazing matchup, by the way. I want to see how this game went. I mean, you can already
Etong
see
team fight na to,
this team fight.
This team fight, really put Devoured on the map for being like the most unluckiest jungler to ever grace Summoner's Rift. How many times did we see Mikey Han under 1 HP from his engage of the Crescent Guard? Apakadami, pre. And even putting Aceved on the support role na, okay, we have to put him on the engage type of player na it has to be 100% from every dredge line, you know? Pero, men, walang gumana para kay Aceved.
Yeah, I mean, did you see there as well? Concept actually got the Glacial Fissure on the Mist as well, forcing his flash, forcing him to reposition towards his team side. And of course, Velia gets hit by that, not the seismic shot, but the tiles on the ground, the Unraveled Earth. And I think that cost them the team fight a little bit, losing a lot of their early game fighting potential. And of course, this final team fight was just beautiful. The Weaver's Wall separating both sides into their own respective team fights. And of course, WPE Academy, they couldn't do anything in this remaining team fight. Dawn was just crucial. 9-0-2 in the final scoreline there. This is why Dawn is the one that's most feared in their team with that ADC playstyle.
Yeah, literally, they froze over, no? Parang wala nang dumaloy talaga sa ugat na itong mga players ng WP Academy. It just feels like there's nothing that WP could do from that mid-game na pwede nga talaga nilang ikabaliktad. There was the potential. May veil na eh. Naandun na. But the position that Relhia was taking was so risky. Grabe, talagang sumasabit na lang sa alambre si Relhia, you know, from catching every decimating smash sa pagkuha ng mga Unraveled Earth. I feel like Relhia could have saved WP's Bacon, pero wala talagang nangyari. Every scaling na binato ng Naos was just absolutely perfect. And that is the idea of Naos from the start, eh, no? Kailangan nang nila ipatinag na lahat ng gagawin nga nila is well thought of, and as well as be careful. Kahit gaano pa sila kalakas sa team fight, one misstep from either Fabi or even Don, who had an astonishing amount of bounty in his name, they still played passive at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it was playing out their game. They were playing out the playstyle that they wanted. And I think right then and there, we got to see how Naos somewhat shifted their playstyle from the early tournament into something that feels more refined.
Yes.
And I think Naos looks a lot more comfortable with how they've been playing so far. And I think that's been a good sign for them for what's to come in the future as well. But right now, of course, being recently acquired by Naos, right, I feel like they have a little bit more confidence going into this grand finals. And I think that showed in game number 1.
Yeah, shout out confidence from Oblation Esports. Very random, eh, no? But it really reminded me of the Oblation Esports of the old, eh, no? From not just the present times, pero Oblation Esports really is that team, is the embodiment of the word discipline talaga, eh, no? They might be a bit of aggressive kung ipapalaro mo si Fads or even si Jello, but collectively as a team, they take team fights really, really carefully. And what we saw from Naos Esports is kind of similar from that kind of collegiate team. Na yung macro na binato talaga ng Naos Esports is something out of the ordinary na nakita natin from Swiss stages. But right now, they are in peak form, and I'm really excited for what's more to come for Naos Esports that continuously innovated from the early to late game. So now, WP Academy, they have been tested. Nakitaan kayo ng Achilles heel. Pwede rin pala ma-expose yung mga nakakatakot yung picks, pero wala lang yan para sa Naos Esports. It's now time for us to crown the MVP, but later on, mayat maya malalaman na nga natin. For you, Boss Keenan, baka may gusto kang koronahan ng Game 1 MVP. Ako, tingin ko, for now, has to be Don.
Oh, Don was so good in that game. His positioning was perfect. His target selection was nice. I mean, playing an ADC is not just about winning the team fights, but also knowing how to chip your opponent and using the ace of the hole to just chip out the HP constantly. I mean, it was just a beautiful showcase of not just teamwork, but also of his individual skill in each and every fight they took. The skirmishes they took were also beautifully placed. I will say Dawn is a huge contender for MVP, but dare I say, Mike Han is also a pretty good one due to the fact that his Weaver walls were crucial to winning out a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I feel like Don had the easiest task of pressing right click kasi wala namang tank eh. Wala namang tank. Kaya feeling ko talaga Don is the well-deserved MVP. Pero yun pre, history na ang game number 1 for our first ever Grand Finals of League of Legends. Pero babatoyin muna namin sa short pick at pagbalik namin, duguan na ulit sa loob ng Summoners Rift as game number 2 will commence. This is Salvatore and Abyss for Predator League Philippines Grand Finals League of Legends. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, Summoners. This is still Predator League Philippines League of Legends Grand Finals, where Naos Esports took to the limit and they forced game number 2. I'm Salvatore, and this is Keenan. 1-0 ng ating score, no? And you can definitely feel na Naos has their strength in them para tapusin na nga to. But can WP overcome their own demons to get us to Silver Scrapes?
Oh, I'm expecting it at this point. I mean,
Yes.
Questions aside, right? I think really what mattered in that game number 1 was Naos just felt so much more comfortable. But maybe that was just the warm-up that WPA needed, right? To go into game number 2. And yes, it's grand finals. You can't need a warm-up, but of course, there's still so much left in store in this best of 3 finals, right? So I wouldn't put it past WPA to suddenly turn things around going into game number 2. But of course, it's either a comeback or a sweep here.
Okay, Keenan, I am convinced that we have script writers behind the curtains of this one, because that draft by WPE does not scream WPE to me. Where are the Aatroxes? Where are the Rises? Pero it just had to be a day where it's going to be a LeBlanc and Vayne for both the mid and the top laner, which I am very, very surprised about no? Para lang ipakita natin na okay, pagkatapos nun, magre-redemption arc kami para kunin yung game 2 at mag-game 3 kami. Baka ganun yung gustong gagawin dito ng mga director natin. But we'll never know. History is written by the victors, as Naos really took that game number 1 convincingly. Kung tunay talaga silang nanalo ng game number 1, they should be the ones to write the story of game number 2.
I think, given the momentum they got from game number 1, I wouldn't put it past them to make this a clean sweep, right? The confidence was soaring for Naos Esports, and looking at it, they look unstoppable. It was a dominating start,
Yes.
a dominating mid-game, and an even more dominant late-game finish for Naos Esports in that game number 1. I think WPA, they need to reassess everything that they've done so far, especially in the drafting phase.
Sa madaling salita, walang tapon dito ang Naos Esports. They were very much excellent in everything that they did. From playing passive, from trying to force that kind of team fight, from being effective in terms of positioning, lalong-lalo na si Don, man. That Caitlyn pick really scared me kasi nga parang pinakita nila, okay, we have LeBlanc, we have the resources to lock down because we have Crescent Guard, pwede namin i-mitigate lahat ng DPS na meron dito si Don. But really, it was the story of Don's power position every time that these two players really engaged. Devoured and Chirp really tried, pero dun talaga sila nagkamali, pre. Sumubok lang talaga sila. So now, Naos Esports has something that WP doesn't have. It's the momentum. It's the tingling loins that they have just to get that 2-0 sweep para makoronahan na nga nila sarili nila as champions. But WP Academy, with their nature of breaking down stories and making themselves favorable, baka yun nga ang makita natin dito na ang complete 180 or even a complete 360 of a series could be at the hands of WPE.
I'm kind of hoping for that 360. I want that 2-1. I want my prediction to be right here, Salvatore.
Yeah, I'm already wrong.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, this is a grand finals, right? Anything can happen. The unexpected should be expected at this point. So, I mean, looking at it, right? Naos Esports, they can definitely take the bag here, but WPA, they can definitely turn things around in the 180 to a 2-1 on their favor. But I don't want to jinx anything, of course. As you mentioned, caster curse is real, folks. I've done it multiple times in my career.
Yeah, kita nga naman kung gaano talaga kamalas yung mga sinasabi ko. Pati na nga rin kay Giang Gaming. Huge shoutout to Giang Gaming right now. Enjoying the sceneries here at Vietnam. Maraming salamat Giang Gaming for your services during the Swiss stages. I hope you're having fun with your current vacation right now. Pero higit sa lahat, hindi lang talaga tayo nagse-celebrate ngayon ng kagandahan ng League of Legends here at SM North, but also the community. Everyone is now piling up inside of the Annex Atrium L4 here at the SM North EDSAs. Everyone now enjoying the experience that is Predator League Philippines. So thank you so much for everyone na talagang sumadya at pumunta dito. In behalf of everyone here at the production and to the folks at Acer the Predator Gaming, maraming salamat sa pagpunta. And now, we head to game number 2. Could you believe it, Keenan? This is do or die, but not for Now's Esports.
Oh, I definitely say that they are on match point. They are going to be comfortable. They're going to be sitting comfortably in the chair. They're cool, calm, and collected. Of course, WPA, they need to turn things around here. They're the ones that are in the back end. They're in the back foot, sorry. And now, a lot of bans coming out targeting Chirp here. The Oriana, the Hui ban as well. Topside, WPA, they're definitely somewhat similar in their bans as well. The targeted ban towards Devoured, of course, with the Viego ban makes a lot of sense. It's a comfort pick. You don't want to let them on their comfort champions, especially when their backs are against the wall here. What I'm wondering is now, how will they draft out their play here?
Okay, so I'm not seeing anything different from WP Academy in terms of their bans. It is still the priority ones during the banning phase. So talagang napipigilan nga nila dito yung potential na meron dito si Mikey Han from that Azir pick. But I'm still seeing a potential for them to pick the Kianas and as well as even the Vice, actually, you know. Yung Galata ni Vi, absolutely perfect. And there's something that Now's Esports could do with this, with that kind of synergy. Pero hindi na ngayon mangyayari because Kiana, I feel like it has to be going into the jungle in favor of Galata. So for WP Academy, ang ganda sana na merong Poppy. Okay! Alright! Push para dito kay WP Academy as they look towards the Mundo on the jungle.
That BB right here, I mean, getting a Mundo jungle out of nowhere. I mean, not really a standard counter to Kiana, but definitely blocks out the stuns that Kiana with that EQ can really dish out as well. With the Supreme Display of Talent as well being blocked out by Mundo's passive, it definitely makes it a lot more doable. What really confused me here is that WPA, I think, selected red side actually. So they're on red again. And now they actually go for a Mundo Misfortune. They're going for a more protect one here with Mist. Going to be such a crucial factor going into these team fights. I think they got to look for their counterplay here. Probably prioritize the top side again for the side of Now's Esports here.
Wait, I feel like they need to add more layers of tanks dito para kay Now's Esports.
Yeah.
They also need to have that kind of DPS na pwedeng ang sumunog. And it could have been Varus, pero okay na rin yan para dito kay Don. He has been tremendous in the showings of the Kaisa during the Swiss stages. And now in the most important game that he has right now currently at the Grand Finals, kakailanganin mo talaga yung firepower na yun. No? At binigay talaga to ng Naos trustedly to get that Kaisa instead of the Varus. So there is a lot of mobility and DPS na so far here for Now's Esports. Tapos to balance it out, they have range and sustain as well from both Kiana and Ambessa. Okay, ang nagpa-front pa lang dito, technically is si Fabi. There is a lack of tankiness sa may bandang bottom side. And I feel like they could go for something of a scaler during the mid lane. So now WP Academy, ang dami nga nilang pwedeng piliin dito in terms of the top.
Yep.
Yes, they did the Renekton. I feel like it would have been good if Kesante para ilaban dun sa Ambessa. But yeah, it's going to be a skill matchup on the top lane.
I will say though, Renekton is a traditional counter towards Ambessa, usually in their team fights actually. So I think it's actually surprising to me that Ambessa was selected without the Renekton being banned out. So this is going to be a difficult matchup for Fabi. But then again, he did win out on the matchup against Savannah Sion.
Okay, Bard ban for WP Academy. If they wish to put concept on the Bard, I feel like ang dami nga nilang pwedeng support like Lulu or Nico para i-counterin kagad yung Kaisa bot lane, no? Pero binanto kagad ng Now's Esports. Their next move could be banning probably a mid laner. I feel like
Or
it
Rel.
has to be a Rise ban. Good ban here for WP
Silas.
Academy. Pwede ring Leona ban actually for Now's Esports. There's a lot that they can do. Milio actually, ang daming pwedeng gawin ng WP Academy dito. So they could go Milio Misfortune. But no, they are denying every single tankiness na pwedeng buuin ng WPE.
Yeah, I think they're kind of worried that the engage that WPA could be very deadly going into these team fights. You need the Kai'Sa to have a clean fight. So you need a lot of dive on the side of Naos Esports, but since they're blue side, they can't actually afford to let go of the Nico and Alistar in the ban phase. So they had to ban out those key crucial picks. But as you mentioned, Leona's still open. You still have the Rel that's still open. A lot of engage is still open for the side of West Point Esports Academy. And there is the Rel pick. Denying it from Naos Esports, they cannot go Kai'Sa Rel anymore.
Okay,
and
so
Nautilus is out.
now this is the good time for Naos to pick that Milio. They can deny a lot of crowd control here for WP Academy, and at the same time, they need that kind of disengage. Hindi dapat sila nagre-rely sa supreme display of talent para lang lumayo yung mga katulad dito ni Lerhia and as well as Azeved. So the Milio right now could be really good. If not, it has to be an enchanter like Karma just to get that much more emphasized engage. Oh my
Okay.
goodness, Mikey Han. Oh my goodness.
A Nivea mid. That's definitely not what I expected whatsoever. It makes a lot of sense though. A lot of front line, a lot of tanks on the side of West Point Esports Academy. They're gonna be clumped together. So that the glacial storm really will make it so much more difficult for WPA to go into these team fights. What I'm expecting is the Leona from Naos Esports. They need a tank engage. You have Ambessa, you have Leona, and you have Kiana. You want that Kai'Sa to have some front line so that she can dive in as well with the rest of her team. And the Leona Ambessa is so deadly that this Misfortune needs to position properly. Question is, there's 3 front lines on the side of West Point Esports Academy. Can they catch this Misfortune?
Okay, so we're missing a lot of utility here for WP
Oh.
Academy. They have a lot of engages, but they just have self-sustain from the top, from the jungle here. So yeah, I feel like there's a lot of responsibility here for Relhia to burst out a lot of the champions here, not just Fabi, but at the same time, you need to counteract yung engage na meron dito si Concept rather, and dish out a lot of sustain dun sa magiging DPS ni Don. Kasi maganda yung magiging pwedeng position ni Miss at ni Cherb sa mga team fights, but it's going to be suppressed a lot by the aggression of the Ambessa. So, there's a lot of layers actually for WP Academy strength, pero sa pinapakita ng Naos, every single bit of attack na meron ng WPE, Naos can really counter very well.
I will say though, the scary part is you're running into Renekton Mundo Rel. And like, how do you even reach the backline? Misfortune is not very long range, granted, but she does have bullet time, makes it really difficult. The between worlds as well from Aurora makes it so difficult to catch her that the main concern now for Naos Esports is, can you catch the key players of West Point Esports Academy? That is the Misfortune, the Aurora. The Renekton and Mundo will be so annoying to deal with. I don't think they have the damage output available besides the Kai'Sa to get rid of those tanks.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, no? I feel like the Dr. Mundo and the Renekton could really mesh well together para maramdaman ng Naos yung hirap na pwede nga nilang ibigay na pressure kay Don. Don has like a lot of responsibilities here to layer out everything, no? Matanggal kagad yung tankiness ng Dr. Mundo, palayuin kahit papano yung Renekton. Kung may buhay pa siya, kaya niya nga bang ilaban si ano, no? Kaya niya nga pa bang ilaban yung WPE and the rest of the damage output that they have. So, it's really a tough task na feeling ko si Don lang talaga makakapaglutasin nun, no? So, now Naos Esports, yes, they are comfortable, but the pressure of Game 2 of can we close it out, yun na yung nagiging dilemma nga nila dito, no? It's really good that Naos Esports is now in that kind of position para lang mas mapakita natin yung potential nga nila. But here we go, Game number 2. Testing the limit of Naos Esports. How far can they go? As WP Academy setting the tone to probably force game number 3.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this. This is where things will really matter the most. When you are on match point here, it's do or die for both sides. You cannot afford to lose here because you lose momentum if you're the winning side and you lose the series if you're on the losing side, obviously. And now, Devoured, just walking into the enemy jungle, I mean, he's so confident.
It's a devoured thing, you know?
Definitely.
It's a devoured thing na kukunin ko resources pati ng kalaban tapos 12 CS per minute ako. Ganun kalupit si Devoured, and that's why he's ranked #1 jungler currently at the Challenger leaderboards. Devoured is really consistent in getting those resources done. Crash down, tinawag na kagad ni Asibet. Suntukan, gulat dito sa bottom side river. And take a look at the poke. Panalong-panalo ang Naos because of Dawn's ability to dish out the damage.
I mean, the second skin passive just makes it so difficult for tanks to actually tank out damage. And your Leona Kai'Sa, that's not a bad duo matchup. Of course, you would have much preferred the Rel, but speaking of Rel...
Okay, ang ganda ng bonus damage sa early game ni Mist. Meron siyang love tap nga dito, pero hindi natitinag na Shield of Daybreak by Concept. At full stacks na nga dito si Dawn para makapagpalo pa nga. Both health potions now popped by the bot lane of WP Academy. Sinong mas malakas mag-sustain?
I mean, it's trades after trades, right? They're running out of health pots on both sides. They are both running Biscuits, funnily enough. Biscuits, one of being the most broken health
Man,
potion
level
items.
2. I'm just waiting for that level 2, Keenan. Like, imagine, kasi meron ka lang meron ka ng third skill para dito kay Concept. And take a look at Mikey Han. May rebirth nga siya, pero hindi mo gugustuhin ma-burnout kagad yun in the early game eh.
Yep. Oh, he needs to be careful. He's seeing a lot of chip damage from that Aurora. I mean, Aurora definitely wins the matchup, and so does that Renekton on the top side. Well, yeah, just having a comfortable time here. Fabi having to commit a
Everyone
lot
is
of health
low. What is this early game? It's a trading game, I know, pero everyone is absolutely low.
It's night and day compared to first game. Honestly.
Kung ano yung kinapassive nun eh, no? Ito naman yung kinagalit ng dalawang teams na to eh, no? They just really want the 350. Look at the roam by Galara, he's level 3. Sherb still has the summoners available. Pero ganun siya ka-confident using the weirding and also utilizing the electrocute damage. It's really bad for Galata, knowing na bawas siya as a jungler.
I mean, he does force the flash on the Chirp though, so there's now a weak side on the mid lane, or a weak point now on the mid lane, and Galata trying to go for an invade. Needs to be careful. Devoured higher on HP, but they do have bot side prio. They're moving on forward.
Double buffs dito si Devoured. Makukuha niya nga gamit ng spite dito. Eh, no? Nice flash away from Concept as they now go for the crash down. Every single person of WP Academy smells blood, and they want it so badly. The early game, absolutely crazy.
I mean, that was just an interesting invade coming out from Galata there. Was definitely a bit risky, and he doesn't get it in the end. I think Devoured was able to get the smite onto the blue buff, and therefore it's actually down on the side of Galata on that jungle position. However, they still have bot side prio, a lot of confidence from Naos on that bot end. Of course, top side is suffering a little bit. Fabi falling behind on CS as well, and so does Galata fall in terms of that. And actually, the top side of the entire of Naos is falling behind here.
Yeah, this is going to be tough though for Naos Esports because their own singular jungler who used to dominate the ranks in the early game, tinanggalan ng karapatan dito ni Devoured, taking his blue buff, and that might just be the opportunity here for WP Academy to now play the snowballing game, which they are accustomed to. Yun yung kinalakas nga nila dito compared to other teams because they know how to take that kind of control at hindi na nga bitawan to. Look at the engages na meron dito using the slice and dice and Ruthless Predator. Relia continuously punishing Fabi. May sustain nga siya sa repudiation, pero tingnan mo naman kung sinong nakatayo ngayon na mas lamang.
I mean, Fabi is just looking so comfortable compared to a while ago. Oh, the sun comes on forward!
Okay, Chirp, nasaan yung flash mo? Ito na yung pinakatamang panahon para gamitin. Nice dodge on the Zenith Blade. Buti na nga lang may insurance ka. Azabeth on the save.
Could have sworn he used flash, but I guess he just used his W a while ago. So now he burns the flash. I guess I was looking at it wrong there. But now, West Point Esports Academy, again, good roam from the supports. I mean, it's a lot of early game pressure onto that mid lane coming out from both sides. And it's pretty standard, but
Yes.
pretty impressive nonetheless.
Okay, so the amount of fights that they took from the past 5 minutes, everyone was so low HP. Wala pa rin nagre-record ng 300 gold plus that first blood. Yes, it's them just poking the bear, and this is kind of odd for both WP and Naos Esports. You know, it's them from the fear of commitment na ma-burn out.
no.
Pero ayun na nga, nabati ko na the Aurora of WP claims first blood.
Oh no, I think Mikehan just slightly overstepped towards that third position. Yes, low on HP, but he didn't have the egg available, and because of that, Chirp just punishes him for that. Aurora is just so much safer, so much easier to dish out damage, that poke damage, than Anivia.
Wait, meanwhile, ayun na nga, dahil nasa Raptor si Galata, makukuha niya nga yung kill dito. No, Concept now running away. Here comes Azabeth with a crash down and shattering strike, but it's not enough as Concept is still well and alive. Pero buti na nga lang may backup dito. Eto na ang police. Devoured now gets the kill as WP Academy on the board with 2 kills.
Oh, a little bit of an overstep coming out from Naos Esports. But you did mention, Chirp actually ended up falling to Galata there on the mid angle. I did not actually see that. But look at Galata.
Pwede. Bush play. Wala pang nakakaalam. Missed. And as well as Acibed trying to make things happen para mas maging effective pa yung goal dito. And here comes the audacity here for Galata. Nice two-fold hex pero walang magaganap dito. Miss gets taken down. Acibed now on the flash away. But what an edge of Ixtal by Galata to make it a tie game.
What a flash coming out from Don as well with the follow-up, able to follow up his jungler so cleanly, dodging out the crash down, and because of that, they were able to get that auto attack off. Don was able to get the kill, and kills on Kaisa, very deadly.
Yeah, absolutely, you know. So, eto na ngayon. I'm really seeing the potential of this game now, Keenan. Everyone is trading haymakers like it's a boxing match, and it's now an even game. So because of that, it's Naos and WPE no longer playing the passive game. It's them playing the trading game, Keenan.
Oh, it's just so dangerous, so deadly now for the side of both sides, actually. But Drake is actually being taken from the side of West Point Esports Academy, and I think they're going to be giving it up on the side of Naos. What used to be an early Drake advantage for Naos Esports now goes to West Point Esports, and I think they'll be very much happy with that.
Yeah, tingnan mo naman, walang ka-contest whatsoever. So this is now a signal and a call for Naos Esports to now contest the upcoming Void Grubs. Malaking tulong yan para kay Don at Mikeyhan. It would be really good for them to get that added extra bit of tower sieging. It would be really effective for them. Pero ngayon parang inaantay na lang talaga ng Naos Esports dito, no? Yung isang pagkakataon na yon para matanggalan din dito si Devoured ng momentum or even just get that singular pick na pwedeng ikaikot ngayon ng sistema ng Naos.
I just noticed Galata is struggling a little bit in terms of the CS department. He
Yes.
is down a lot compared to the Mundo here.
Naka-counter jungle kasi.
Yeah, he was unable to get the invade. There was no trade-off for the Dragon. So Galata actually drops a lot of farm there.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough now for Naos Esports. Although, ang hinaharap lang naman ng Naos Esports ngayon is yung kalakasan ng engage niya. Mikehan still has the rebirth in him. Pero buti na nga lang the presence of mind for Mikehan to back down, just sustaining himself well enough para may lakas pa rin siya sa mid-game.
Yep, they don't want to give out too much HP. They don't want to risk getting chipped out by the Nivea. Grubs are up, mind you, and that's going to be important for both sides if they can take the objective here. Both sides are still 2 kills each, which means Feats of Warfare still has not been collected. Feats of Strength, of course, being one of my favorite additions to League. A very much crucial factor here.
Okay, so both top laners are on the bottom lane. I'm not really sure if both of them have teleports up or kung kakailanganin pa ba nga nila. Devoured's power position because he has the superior items. Of course, he's gonna take the 3 Void Grubs. Pero tinawag na nga ng Naos ngayon yung teleport para magsanib puwersa na. Naos the time to contest the Void Grubs. Devoured still on the front. He will be getting the smite. 3 out of 3 para sa WPE.
They get Drake, they get Grubs, they have the early game advantage. This is looking so much more like West Point Esports Academy. This feels much more like their playstyle, taking full objective control, making sure to control their lanes as quickly as possible. And because of that, they have so much priority over these objectives. They're winning out on every single factor.
Yeah, this is now something that WPE could look forward to. You know, pagdating sa momentum, they have now taken 2 of the major objectives so far of the game. Mas lalo pa nilang ini-empower yung kalakasan nga nilang na mag-step forward and not be feared about anything, you know. So Naos Esports could now be really careful. Dito na sila pwedeng mag-ingat nga. If they give a lot of resources to WPE's comp, that is going to be deadly.
Oh, it's going to be deadly indeed. And I think Naos Esports, they need to be careful. They need to be careful right now. They're giving out a lot. The gold, yes, is not really a big lead on the side of West Point Esports Academy, but objectives-wise, those stack up, and you cannot afford to give up too much.
Yeah, this is something that WPE could now snowball into, no? Walang ginagawa yung Naos para patahimikan yung lakas ngayon ng WPE Academy. So now Naos Esports, is it really them being on the dilemma of not overstepping or just not canceling out the 90-10 situation right now? So yeah, putting Naos Esports on that kind of pressure is needed eh. Kasi kanina pa nga nila ginugustong tablahin kahit papano yung team fighting. But because of Devoured's amazing early game, what could Naos do right now? It's an absolute huge question mark.
I will say they just need to take control of the map. They are lacking on that so hard right now. The main condition here is that there's so much wave clear and pressure coming out. Devoured has so much control. And I think it's relying so much so on this Mundo being in every single position he needs to be that makes it difficult for Naos to rotate their players into these angles that will give them the advantage.
Yeah, so still no major objective up. So I'm not seeing any pick off soon here for WP and Naos. Pero yung kalakasan kasi na meron si Galata para mag-walk up, mag-stun lock, and then get that burst. Or si Devoured to play that death push na pwede nga natin makita. It's Azevet and Devoured finding their prey, and they're on a blood hunt. Concept now on the flash. WP Academy still couldn't score anything after a few minutes. Pero may tower pressure naman silang binabato.
I mean, they forced the flash on the Leona. That means when the Dragonflight comes out, there's no flash on Concept. And Devoured is just chipping away at their HP here. There's going to be so much pressure now on this bot side turret. They can look for a dive if they want.
Yeah, that is a scary infected Bonesaw. Pero Devoured still has the passive in them. So kahit pasukin siya ni Concept at ni Don, baka sila pa yung magintihado nga dito. It's now a 3v3. I don't feel like they have the vision for this one, so they still need to be careful. Wala pang Solar Fly si Concept, so they're just on it for the gold.
Oh, they're low HP now, so they can't fight this. They really cannot fight this. Galata, yes, has roamed towards this angle. Yes, has pressure. But with how their HPs are looking and with no mid-side prio,
they're
Chirp can
still
look
there! Here comes Zenith Blade! Si Azevet ang atake nga dito. Nice Magnet Storm and a flash away para mabuhay pa na matagal si Azevet. Now Galata is now the priority. Nice flash auto attack from Miss. And they get the feat of warfare. Devoured, Miss, and Azevet do not fear anything. And they got the pick.
Oh, that's just the difficulty of playing Kiana into this matchup here. They're spacing out so well that they can't look for the engage. And Devoured, the supreme display of talent, won't do anything towards him unless he's right beside the wall just for the damage. No stun, no knock-up. He's just way too tanky at the moment.
I saw the vision. Pumasok na si Concept gamit ang Zenith Blade kaso wala ka pang letter R. Mikey still has Rebirth. Nice revitalize dito para kay Mikey Han. So utilize the wall to save his grace. Pero buhay pa ang isang major objective dito and WPE priming themselves now.
I think this is a free Drake once again. They can't contest this. They lost so much. Concept still level 5 to Azevet's level 6. Yes, Azevet doesn't have ult yet at the moment, but now Concept has hit level 6. They can probably try for this, but Maikian is way too low.
Yeah, so no contest whatsoever. 100-0 here for WPE Academy. And this is now the WPE we all know and is familiar of. Now esports can walk. Yes, they can go for stuns. But at the same time, do you really need to do so? Meron kang magandang crowd control. Nasaan naman ng damage? Inaantay pa natin kay Mikey Han tsaka kay Don.
I will say, this is just a beautiful draft coming up from WPA. I mean, it's night and day compared to their first draft.
Absolutely.
I was surprised they picked red side, but it makes a lot more sense given the way they were playing out their first and second phase. And right now, West Point Esports Academy, they're taking full control. Bloodthirster on the MF already. This is dangerous. This is deadly.
Yeah, so they don't have anyone to counteract the bullet time. Oo, merong public execution, pero marami siyang dadaanan dyan, no? Bago niya talaga makuha yung full charge na yun. Fabi now wants to go for an engage, and I feel like Relia is on a dangerous spot right now for a possible attack here from Naos. So wala pang major objective na pwedeng kunin ng Naos para magpatanggal ng kaba dito. So WP Academy still convincingly has control.
The public execution from Fabi just missed, just briefly, or barely there. Relia was able to back away. The public execution not landing means that the roam potential was just kind of useless there coming out from the side of Naos. They have no map control. They're unable to get ganks. They're unable to take picks. And they're losing. They're falling behind right now. Yes, 1.2k gold lead. Not the biggest. But it's still worrisome if this continues to move on forward like this.
So something that Naos Esports could still look forward to is they still have the comfort team fighting. At hindi rin nawawala sa kanila yung perang nalilikom para makabili din ng mga items. WP has something simple. They have this kind of momentum na pwede nga nilang ipilit para ilaban at ilaban nga no. May level deficit kahit papano from Naos Esports, but I feel like with their AoE, the DPS, the possible sustain na meron dito si Fabi kasi magle-level 11. So talawang charges na yung public execution niya. So more added sustain. Yes, Naos Esports could possibly fight, pero hindi pa natin na-drawing kung kakayanin ba ng Naos yung sustain na meron si Devoured ngayon.
Devoured is going to be a very dangerous opponent here on the Mundo. I mean, so much tankiness, has Heart Steel, has the Merc Shreds as well. Micah dealing a lot of damage towards Chirp though. Chirp needs to be careful. No TP on the Aurora. They can look to force this Rift Herald now.
Okay, so they need this Rift Herald if they want the jungle control. Si Concept pumasok pero walang commitment kahit papano pa. Inaantay pa rin ng WP yung magandang power position. Here comes the supreme display of talent pero hindi naman
Bullet
ganun
time.
ka-effective. Bullet time! Nice cancel! Mula doon sa stun dito ni Mikeyhan. But Sharp will be taken down. Galata Fabi now going inside pero wala na rin siyang energy dito. Mikeyhan still alive and WP Academy strikes back. Ang ganda ng pasok but can they look towards Rift Herald?
They definitely can. Micah too low on HP. This should be another objective for West Point Esports Academy. Yes, they got the engage onto Asifed. Yes, they got the Rel. But it didn't matter. Their backline just got taken down.
Ayan na, Ruthless Predator, pero si Don kailangan gumamit ng Killer Instinct ngayon. There goes Rift Herald taken down by WP Academy. 3 out of 3 major objectives. Ibigay mo na sa WPE.
I mean, what can you do now as Naos Esports? I mean, you're so far behind in terms of objectives. You're running on a clock here. You're gonna lose this game out if you let this continue. And because they're running out of time, they need to force a play if they want to win this out.
Yeah, I can feel something like tingling here for Naos Esports. There's 3 objectives already wasted na kaya naman nating i-50-50. Pero tila talagang hindi na nga nila maabot dito yung level ng WP Academy in terms of getting that kind of position. It's now a complete 360 like we already said a while ago, Nokina, na somehow, some way, WP Academy had the strength in them to play this kind of dominating League of Legends na tinetesting na lang ng Naos ngayon na pag lumaban ba kami pa yung pwedeng manalo o kami pa yung mga agrabyado. We don't know.
We don't know. And right now, Naos Esports, they need full control of the map now. They need to ward this out. Drake, not yet spawning at the moment, very close, but they're trying to get that jungle control, able to get out some wards on the side of West Point Esports Academy. And Micah needs to be careful, gets the stun out.
Masakit pa rin kahit paano si Mikeyhan, although it's not a Leandri's build, which would have been really good because everyone here is health scaling. Mikeyhan just wants the tankiness from the Roa and as well as the Archangel staff. Very odd scenes here for Naos Esports if they want the utmost effectivity of damage output. Chirp now with the Between Worlds to get that escape mechanism. So yes, despite how low octane now everything is happening, I feel like WP Academy is still in their nature to get that pick.
I think WPA... Wait, hold on.
Okay, here comes the dive. Sasala ngayon sa brief display of talent na tumatagal pa si Chirp. Nabubuhay pa siya ng matagal. And here comes the teleports. Nasaan na nga ba ang bawi ng Naos Esports? Wala pa rin pre. It's 5 members now on the bottom side. At nagtawag na rin ng reinforcements kayo ng WPE concept na wants to go for an escape. But Asibet, nice crash down. And as well as the Magnet Storm. Ang ganda ng cleanse dito ni Mist para makagamit pa natin ng bullet time. Fabi now on the front lines. Devoured now. Using the ultimate. And he's now going in front. You can hear the music. Push, push, push. But they're now going back.
And with Drake spawning, WPA, all they gotta do is turn towards it. And they have nothing to respond on the side of Naos Esports. This should be sole point. They're gonna be pulling the Drake now. And with that, I think Naos, they have to contest this. But with Fabi being so low on HP, they may have to give it up here.
Pero pwede pa. Malakas pa yung AoE dito ng Naos. Pero Galata, masyado ka na atang ambisyoso. Wala na nga silang sustain nga dito. And that is now the sign. And also a warning shot for Naos Esports. WP Academy is claiming soul point momentarily. Maya't maya nga din, no contest whatsoever. But I might stand corrected. Bumalik din yung buhay dito ni Galata. Under 2k HP. Bullet time. Ratatatata. Sinalo lahat ni Mikeyhan. And here comes the Boward claiming down soul point. Fabi, ang sakit na 2-fold hex na meron dito. Ang WP Academy. Concept gets taken down by a briefcase. Fabi now running away. Fabi now using the lacerite para makatakas pa nga siya. Nice breakout step by Fabi. And now here comes the re-engage.
Oh no!
This now gets the double tap. Ang ganda. Galata now on the last hit. WPE just owning the map.
Oh no, they lined up for the double tap. They get taken down because of that. A beautiful trade out from Galata at the very least, but it just wasn't enough. He overstepped the Drake bit. Oh, it took too much damage. Wasn't able to get the supreme display of talent onto Cherub. And this bullet time was just so well placed.
Hindi alam ni Galata kung magte-terraform ba siya sa loob ng pit or kaya niya nga bang i-burst out na lang dito sila devoured. Take note, this is the rest of WP Academy who didn't have any ultimates. Walang sadism. Wala ring ulti yung Renekton. All of them just had innate strengths in them. Pero yun ang pinakamasakit, yung double up ni Mist. Sinalo pa nga talaga. And that the cherry on top here for WP Academy is they didn't want that team fight, but now Esports forced them to do so.
I mean, you lose out on concept so early in the team fight. Mike Han too low on HP. Same with Galata as well. It's just too risky to take that team fight, and because of that, it costs them too much. 4.3k gold lead on the side of WPA. I'm worried that now Esports can't turn this team fight around, especially with Atakan spawned.
Yeah, I just really don't know right now what's happening to now Esports. They have the win condition. They have the damage. But they cannot snowball their way out of a paper bag right now, Keenan. And Asamed now looking towards that engage. Concepts finds the Zenith Blade. Pero wala pang DPS masyado dito ang WP Academy. They don't have the ADC.
On Mist!
Nahanap nila si Mist. And they get the shutdown. Huge para kay Don. Devour gets caught. Pero makakapagsadisi pa nga siya. Nice public execution. He's sacking down the tower.
Fabi.
Nice magnet storm. Boy pa rin si Devoured. Here comes Charm with a teleport. They need the reinforcements. Relia
Dominus.
now on the Dominus. He wants to go in for the fight. Charm doesn't get them between worlds. Concept now gets stunned. Ruthless Predator and Countami gets taken down. Concept is now out. What a turnaround by WPE.
Oh, they overstayed their welcome on now as Esports. They got the pick. They found it on the Mist. But then Fabi goes for a turret dive.
Ang ganda na noon, Keenan. It would have been the start of the rally of the Wings of Blue. But nothing for Now's Esports.
That's just so unfortunate for Now's Esports. Overextending, overplaying their hand, and because of that, they play the poker face and it doesn't work.
Ataka now alive. Can Now's Esports get their cards right? Galata, siya pa
Oh,
talaga
no.
yung nahuli. WP eliminates the jungler.
That was not what I expected. I think Galata was trying to create some lane pressure, but Kiana side lane into Aurora just does not sound pleasant whatsoever. But Now's Esports, are they gonna looking to contest this?
Kung ano yung kinulang sa WPE, dito na nga sila naglabis pa. Hirap sila sa objective. Take a look at the number of objectives. WPE took over this game. Everything known to man. Might as well give them Baron right now. Relia now on Dominus trying to clear out the minion wave. Pero ito ang WPE na galit at gustong manakit.
Oh no, Now's Esports, they are struggling right now. They are struggling hard. 5k gold lead now for WPA. They need to be careful. Yes, they are still in this game some way, one way or another, but do they have the survivability? Do they have the damage output to get rid of these tanks that WPA have? This Renekton is so deadly. This Mundo, this Aurora, even the Misfortune, yes, picked off a while ago, but if she's left to fend for, if she's left alone, allowed to do the bullet time, it's looking unbeatable.
Oh man, Keenan, everyone now is a scary target here for WP Academy. Everyone is out-iteming their adversaries right now. So WP Academy could just step up to the plate and get that team fight that they want. Asamed now waiting for that full tilt movement speed, but nothing getting called out here by WP Academy. Now's Esports backs against the wall. Look at Asamed commanding the game, just walking over the terraform of Galata.
Oh man, Drake is spawning by the way here, Salvatore. I mean, if they give Ocean Soul to WPA,
So devoured as well.
Devoured, Relia, Azafed as well, the tanks of WPA, that's it. That's over. I cannot see a turnaround whatsoever.
Here comes Dragon. Can WPE get the team fight or get the objective first? Now Esports now drawing it in. They need to make a play. Devoured. Wala na nga siyang passive dito, so he might just get caught. Again, he doesn't have resistances. All he has is magic resist. They can burst easily out. Devoured, the jungler, who has been dominating the game so far. Fabi now on the bush. Don also arrived as well. So they're now going in for the 50-50.
Forcing it. They're going for it. I think Devoured, he's aware of this, but Galata, I think they have to go for
He
it
regained
now.
the passive. He's now walking over. It had to be done. Devoured stole the dragon. They are now immortal. Walang nababatay sa WPE. Concept down. Fabi running away. WPE just styled on the dragon.
19 HP on the Drake! And they don't get it! They mess up the Q smite on the Kiana, and because of that, that's Ocean Soul for 3 tanks. 3 tanks.
Mist was out of the fight. Naos had the execute damage. Unlucky sceneries here at SM North EDSA. But WP will be taking that. Thank you very much. And now they eye for Baron.
It's a free Baron. They can't contest this on the side of Naos Esports. And with that, WPA, dare I say, this should be game.
This, we'll never know unless it is over. WP Academy still hasn't reached the limit. There is still a Nexus alive for Naos Esports. If they want to make a move right now. Burn down the utilities. Burn down the strengths na meron ng WP Academy before you make your next move. Kita mo naman kanina, Keenan, they can really get those targets done para maklaim yung bounty and burst it out. Pero hindi na nagagawa ng Naos ngayon. And if they want that kind of class, they need to do it right now.
Oh, they're looking for the engage. Crash down.
Okay, tower gets taken down. Ang sakit ng auto ni Devoured. Just walking over his jungle counterpart. Fabi now running away. Walang nagagawa yung Drake Hound step sa kanya. And that is the most easiest target by WP Academy. Concept now running away. Nasaan yung crowd control? Gets the slow but nothing done. WP Academy just walking over their opponents.
Naos Esports, it's done and dusted for them now. Unable to get the kills. Yes, they get an objective bounty, but that gold does not swing whatsoever. 7.4k, 8.2 now with the tier 2 going down. And with Fabi and Galata being dead, this should be a look into the inhibitors.
This might just be it. GG push na nga ba para sa WP Academy? Your guess is as good as mine. But top lane inhibitor getting taken down already by the Baron-empowered minions. Relhia now setting up the red carpet to take down the mid tower as well. Desperation angle. They find Cherb, but not good enough for WP Academy. Double for the Nexon. Devoured. Flash auto towards the backside. And Dawn is now down. No more carries for Naos Esports as they now are eyeing for the Nexus towers. Nexus turret number 1 gets taken down and quickly the second one as well. Ginagawa na ni Asivit lahat para makapag-engage and he gets taken down. Here comes public execution. They're doing the last ditch effort to defend the base pero wala nga talaga. The directors are writing a cinematic moment. Oh my goodness, we are heading to Silver Scrapes. It's far from over. Game number 3.
My gosh, Salvatore, they took us the distance here, going to the final game of this best of 3 series. Nonetheless, though, both teams showed their strengths in this tournament thus far, but WPE Academy definitely showcased why they are the top dog of the League of Legends Philippines scene.
It had to be done, Keenan. It just had to be done. I'm telling you, man, I'm already expecting the game number 3, but I did not expect that kind of storyline to develop inside of the game itself. Cinema happenings here inside of SM North. And my God, no breaks, no stats. Just give us game number 3.
Let's go straight into it. But of course, we can't do that just yet.
We
cannot
can't.
do that. But of course, that was a beautiful showcase, a display of talent, not from Naos, but from WPE Academy. What a stellar performance from them. And I dare I say, they definitely took control of this game just the same way as Naos did game number 1.
I did not see that coming. Not even a single inch. That drop by Naos. I was convinced that it had to be a strong early game for them. From the Kiana pa lang, because Galata is very well known for being proactive in the early game. But take a look who was the leading scorer of WP Academy from the first 5 minutes. It was the counter jungling of Devoured. It's just him walking up with an ultimate in his name, just sustaining himself as well. Not even the bottom lane of Mist and Asived was prepared for the madness. That is Devoured's Dr. Mundo. But oh my goodness, now's esports, you had one chance, just one chance to gain freedom from the destruction of Devoured. But it just really had to be done. Oh my goodness, Keenan.
I
Goosebumps.
mean, goosebumps indeed. That was a beautiful game. Just a beautiful showcase as to why
Absolutely.
WPE Academy are just so good at this game, so good at League of Legends, and their drafting felt so much more like them this time compared to game number 1.
At least they have an identity now. There wasn't any image being drawn or painted by WP Academy's game number 1 draft. I feel like it's something that was erased in our memory like Men in Black. Wala na yun sa istorya nga natin. And we were flashed by something that was so out of pocket na parang bakit game to pag kinanahan ang WP Academy to gain that amazing of a draft. Merong threat actually yung Dr. Mundo first pick, but they were so unfazed by it. Kudos to Naus actually for having this amazing draft. Kahit papano it had the team fighting and the damage. But then again, you could really just go far from team fighting and damage.
I felt like just the overall safety net that WPE Academy had for Mist throughout the entirety of the game was just too difficult to handle. Devoured, as you mentioned, just push.
This was the one.
This was a beautiful play.
This was the one, Keenan. Mist gets caught, but it's supposed to be Devoured now dead. Pero napakalayo ni Don, and there was so much delaying tactics from the Magnet Storm.
Just could not do anything. Could not finish off that Dr. Mundo. Was just too tanky. Yes, they got the pick onto Mist. That was perfect. You forced the flash onto Devoured, or away from Devoured. And now they end up trying to dive under the tier 1 turret. It just wasn't enough.
I just couldn't see the silver lining here for Naus Esports. Oo, nakakalikom nga sila ng pera. Nakakalakad naman sila ng matiwasay. Pero something that WP is throwing at them is something pressuring para dito sa Naus Esports. It was supposed to be their time. It was supposed to be their effort. Pero ito na magandang execute na sana. If only Naus Esports had the items. Pero wala nga talaga. WP Academy, they just had to write and spoil the directors that we have. It has to be them to write the story right now, and that's why we are praising for the game number 3.
I gotta say, game number 3 is going to be intense. It's going to be unexpected. It's going to be something we cannot predict anymore. Because right now, from what we've seen from game number 1, from what we've seen from game number 2, I mean, the stats alone showcase that both teams have such stellar performances, and you gotta see this right now. 22-6 in terms of kills. It was just a dominant showcase from WPE Academy with Relia, Devoured, Chirp, Mist, and Azabeth just having an intense performance. Azabeth, 19 assists out of 22 kills. That's
good. That is dedication for the idea of kill participation,
Oh,
man.
definitely.
Azabeth just had really in his bag na, okay, I'm just gonna walk over everybody and collect my assist. Azabeth, and yes, concept as well. Sabi ko nga kanina, it was supposed to be the idea of just trying to be the best support possible for the roams and the attacks and the engages. Concept as well was doing a fantastic job denying the bullet times and the engages from Cherb as well. Pero mas highlighted talaga natin dito yung atake ni Aseven para makansela lahat ng Naus Esports. MVP, who is it going to be for game number 2? I'm so in it for it, but it has to be him. It just has to be him. Mr. Number 1 Devoured, 5, 1 and 7, 18,780 damage. A tank, by the way.
That's a tank for you. A Mundo that does so much damage, so much potential to just run them down, can't be killed, dishes out the damage, literally survives through every fight possible. Only one death, literally at 12 KDA. I mean, what else can you expect from a Dr. Mundo jungle on Devoured of all people?
Yeah, man. He had the goal. He had the cojones to pick it first pick, pre.
Oh my gosh.
There's a lot of Gwen, Irelia, even a Varus pick could have countered the Dr. Mundo. But he was so unfazed by it, and that's how confident he is in making sure that he will be exiting game number 2 with an MVP-like performance, and he definitely did. Congratulations to Devour for securing that game number 2 MVP. Pero sa game number 2 lang natin siya maaalala. Now, game number 3 is a blank slate, Keenan. It's now everyone's game. Do you have any idea what could happen in game 3?
No, I do not.
Yes! Nothing,
Nothing.
nada.
We got nothing. But what I am expecting is a good game. First game was a stomp. Second game was a stomp. I'm expecting a close one this time. I'm expecting.
Give us 30 kills.
Give us 30 kills. Give us that like World's Grand Finals-esque team fights. Those close nail-biting moments. That's what I'm looking forward to here in this game number 3. That's what I'm expecting. That's the only thing I'm looking forward to. But right now, of course, we can't head on over to game number 3 just yet.
Yes, because we will be going in for a short break. But when we go right back, it's still the grand finals of Naos versus WP Academy. This is Salvatore. This is Abyss for Predator League PH League of Legends Grand Finals. We'll be right back. We welcome you all back to the pinnacle of the grand finals of Naos Esports versus WP Academy. You're still tuning in to the Predator League PH grand finals of League of Legends. I'm still Salvatore, he is still Abyss, and we are all witnesses for an amazing cinematic grand finals between these two teams. My goodness, game number 3, Keenan.
Oh my gosh, we went all the way till the very end of this best of 3 series. Anything can happen at this point, and I'm looking forward to it. The fact that Naos won so convincingly, then WPE Academy as well. This can be literally anyone's game.
I think I speak in behalf of you and the rest of everyone here at SM North. Start game number 3 right now. Wala ng picks and picks and... Hindi, joke lang. Kailangan naman ng picks and bans. Pero alam mo yun, yung kailangan mo pang mag-antay para magsuntukan pa tong dalawang teams. I just don't want to wait. Give us what we want, no? Give us something that could really put this story to an end na maaalala natin at ipapasa natin sa susunod pang henerasyon, because again, this is a momentous event for League of Legends and Predator Gaming as well, because this is the pilot year for the addition and the installment of League of Legends in the ideology and the system of Predator Gaming. And so far, there's not a team that convincingly said na kami yung unang magiging champion. This is now the impasse, Keenan. And once again, I said a while ago na blanco na naman tayo. This is now a blank picture. And now, both Naos and WP Academy, who will be getting that paintbrush to tell us the story and tale of this grand finals.
This is where legacies are written. The very first. This is what people will remember. Because this is the first of its kind here in Predator League. I am looking to see who will take that crown, take away that win here in this grand finals. Because right now, it's either the experienced, the well-oiled machine that is WPE Academy, or the newly acquired, the newly developed team that is Naos Esports. Anything can happen here, Salvatore. I'm looking forward to this. Again, it's anyone's game here, folks.
It's kind of like the storyline of Naos Esports na kaya naman pala eh. Like they can really dominate the ranks, and as well as WP Academy na merong idea na kaya naman talaga. Parang gano'n. It's kind of like a different scheme here for both Naos and WP Academy in terms of how confident they are in dishing out that kind of playstyle. Nakita naman natin at their peak and at their utmost confidence, Naos and WP Academy could give out a haymaker and knock down their opponent. Pero eto nang pinaka-importante, Fred, game number 3, the Silver Scrapes, the dreaded last game. They are now in the mindset back in the Swiss stage where everything is now best of 1. The most important game right now for today para dito sa ating League of Legends Grand Finals is going to be determined on who will be committing the first mistake, Keenan.
When you're in this high level of a play, it's not about making like all the big plays. It's about making as little mistakes as possible.
That is scary, man.
Exactly, because everyone's such a high level that you're gonna expect good gameplay. But the moment someone just drops just a little bit, just has a little drop in performance, everything turns around. And that's the scary part about professional play. That pressure to perform at a perfect, consistent level.
Yeah, you are so bound to make those mistakes, but you also have the control to suppress them inside of the game itself. And then you have Naos and WP Academy collectively garnering enough firepower to acclaim themselves that we are no longer bound for those mistakes. Pero ang hirap kasi sabihin na isa kang team na hindi ka na nagkakamali ngayon. There is a chance for your opponent to expose that heel, and then you are now out of the conversation. Pero ang alam ko sa dalawang teams na to is talagang siguradong na may harang yung Achilles heel nga nila, Keenan. They are now trying their best to not force a single mistake and play that picture-perfect League of Legends. At kita mo, pre, kung gaano kahirap mag-isip ng pwedeng draft at pwedeng gawin ng laro to ngayon, because the unpredictability of WP Academy gave us a very weird sequence in game number 1 and 2. Ganon din for Naos Esports. Now, something unpredictable, although the picks and bans might just be the same, but I'm not really into the idea na Naos and WP Academy are going for pocket picks possibly.
Oh, let's see. It could be the pocket picks. It could be the comfort picks. I mean, Viego and Oriana still being banned out by Naos. Again, this time they have blue side once again. Yorick and Poppy. The Poppy being a standard ban as well.
Yorick ban?
The Yorick ban is the interesting one. There's a lot of top laners that they're good top laners that are out right now. Yorick being banned out, again, limits that pool.
I feel like now with Sion out of the conversation as well, I feel like the second option is Yorick. Now's Esports really does a tremendous job of trying to counteract the map. Na pag may gagawin ng WP Academy sa opposite side, Now's Esports could really use the sieging power that they have. Nakita na nga natin kanina na that Ambessa can really siege out towers, but in terms of team fighting, nawalan na nga talaga ng lakas. Yorick could have been really good for Fabi, but one thing I know na hindi ko pa nakikita is the Kled of that guy.
Oh, the Kled. That will be a fun one if they end up
Give
selecting
it to us.
Give us the Kled. Of course, we're not sure if that'll be first picked here, especially with a lot of mid laners being banned out. The Azir is still
Oh
open.
my goodness,
the
man.
Azir is
Yes,
open.
give us every mid laner. Give us Varus. Give us Yunara. Lahat pwede nyo nang
Yunara,
piliin
yes.
dito, men. Okay, so now Esports needs to be calm. They do not have to overstep the picks. They do have the first one, but that puts them in a bad spot to get counteracted. If the say, oh my
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, they just went for that kind of route.
It's Dawn's Zig.
It's Son Ziggs. Because of that, pwede na mag-Varus dito si Mist.
True, the Virus is open, the Yunara is also still open, but running into Ziggs, that's such a very difficult matchup because of the amount of poke damage Ziggs has. But the Leona is out, mind you, so there's no Ziggs Leona anymore. Who will pair up with this Ziggs potential? It could be the Alistar, it could be another engaged support, but there's so much that can be done
Early,
here.
kagad. They pick Silas. Oh my goodness. No way, WP Academy, you dared yourselves of picking Silas. Mega Inferno Bamba lang yan eh. Wala pa yung mga Nature's Grasp, wala pa yung mga Unbreakable Will, pinili na kagad dito ng WP Academy. So now Esports. Okay, so since Syndra is out, I feel like there's a lot of mid laners that could really be utilized para hindi maging effective yung hijack dito ng Silas. Okay, so now they pick Sever, not in favor of the Varus. I feel like Naos could really pick a good top laner right now para pigilan talaga yung Silas na yan.
Pwede. I mean, right now, the priority right now is gonna be on that mid lane or that top side, as you mentioned, right? The top side angle for Naos is huge in their drafting alone here. But of course, you can run into counters, you can run into some mishaps here, but in the drafting phase. But of course, there it is. You have a Sivir, might as well go for the J4. Immobile ADC, go for someone like a J4 to lock him down. It's a very strong
Wait,
pick.
this is a very good idea for Naos Esports to go for the Alistar already.
True.
Kasi parang, eto na yun eh. It's already a severe. Kailangan mo lang talaga tanggalan ng mana barrier to. But because of the amount of damage Naos already has, there's no other way of just picking. Oo, pwede
But
mo.
they can't-
Pero medyo mahirap kasi nga meron ngang Silas.
It's mid. It's mid Ziggs.
Okay. What a curveball. But still, they're still putting a lot of advantage for the Silas.
You know, I just realized they can't pick Alistar, by the way. There's a Silas. He steals the Unbreakable Will. You can't kill that man anymore. So what do you pick now? You either risk the Alistar and force the play onto the Sivir, or you force the play in such a way where the Silas has no good ultimates.
But there's a lot of burst damage already by Naos. Ang dami nga nilang pwedeng i-counteract kagad para hindi makapag-unbreakable will dito si Cherb. But Yone, they already have 2 DPS champions para sa WP Academy. They still don't have that kind of sustain. It's team fighting, but it's short-term team fighting kasi.
Tama. I am wondering how this will turn out in their favor. This is a Yone top, by the way. Or it could be a Silas jungle. Who knows? I mean, I myself have played a bit of Silas jungle and it's really fun. But the question is, will they play Devoured on that Silas? I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest. Like, Silas jungle could be a very possible option for the side of West Point Esports Academy, especially since they picked the Yone, who hasn't been a traditional top laner for a while recently. More so on the mid lane, the Silas could definitely be flexed here.
No way they're last picking Devoured. Okay. Yeah, this is a very odd draft. At the same time, you can never really be too sure about anything sa pwedeng gawin ng Naos Esports in the second phase. Good presence of mind. They're not risking the connectivity of the Yunara and the Alistar. So this is now This is now possible for Naos Esports na dahil nga sa Stanlock, dahil nga merong Fate Unsealed. Yeah, Milio is now out of this conversation. There's no way Naos Esports could pick the Milio.
Karma and Lulu are out too, by the way.
Yes,
So
there's
very
not
little
a,
enchanters.
there's not a lot of enchanters now for Naos.
Jana, maybe. I mean, Jana doesn't seem too bad here, in my opinion. Into the Nico as well. It's a possibility.
Yung Silas kasi, man, that is something,
That's true.
mas lalo pang makakatulong. Ngayong walang kasustain ng WP Academy, the last thing Naos needs is to pick that Jana. But they have to pick a top laner right now for Naos Esports. Pag-isipan nyo muna na maigi. There is a lot of time for them to pick that top laner.
Oh, there's just so many options left remaining. They do end up going for the Milio.
Oh, no. Okay.
I don't see how this works. There is a Nico though. So the Milio's Breath of Life does have a lot of value going into this. I'm just wondering if it really makes a lot of sense here going into this draft alone.
Oh my God. So yeah, Naos Esports, they are in need of a top laner. Kesante is really good here for Naos
Kesante.
Esports. Naos can really pick this right now.
Rek'Sai
Oh, they picked top
top.
Rek'Sai. Okay. This is a famous pick in the recently concluded World Championships, but it's not something that you should really pick on a Yone or even a severe comp.
They could just send the Yone top at this point, in my opinion, right? I mean, it could have been a Silas flex, but now with the Rek'Sai pick, definitely this Yone can go top against the Rek'Sai. It's definitely a doable matchup to a certain degree. My question is now, will WP Academy go for that?
Oh, okay.
Who's the jungler?
Not the Kesante for WP Academy. Okay, so
It's
this
a-
is a Silas
it's a Silas
jungle.
jungle.
It's a Silas
Cold.
jungle.
Oh my gosh.
Keenan is now absolutely happy right now.
I definitely am.
And there's nothing that these people could do to stop it down because we are getting what we absolutely wanted. Something unpredictable, something really new. We were so convinced that Dawn had to play the Ziggs. But yeah, this is a draft. Okay, WP Academy's draft seemingly similar to game number 1, but this is far more effective.
It is far more effective. I agree. You have the Pop Blossom. You have the Fate Unsealed. And can I just say, a lot of Naos Esports' team fighting is their long range. A Ziggs and a Yunara. You have a Gwen on the other side who can play within her domain, take no damage whatsoever from the two main damage carries of Naos Esports. WP Academy have an insane draft right now.
Oh man, so WP Academy is highly relying on execute alone. Yung natural na ability na meron dito ang Naos Esports is going to help them on the long run in the level 4s and the level 5s. Better yet, the Dragon Fights. Pero yung kailangang malutas dito ng WP Academy para masabi nating may kalamangan sila, they just have this kind of pressure na it has to be perfect. Kailangan tumama talaga yung Fate Unsealed. Kailangan tama yung hijack na kukunin niya. I'm not really sure how it's going to be that executed kung merong Ziggs na may poke. There's just a lot of range na meron dito ang Naos Esports, man.
Yeah, there's so much range. The question is, will that really matter? Right? The Gwen can definitely gap close. The Gwen can definitely tank a lot of it. The Rek'Sai, the moment Rek'Sai goes in, the moment the Jarvan goes in, all Gwen has to do is go within her domain, have the support with the Yone and the Silas, and suddenly this Gwen is unkillable. This Gwen is what I'm worried about the most. Question is though, after the nerfs that Gwen received, is she still the hyper carry that she can be as a top laner?
I feel like the main concern here for the Gwen pick is just trying to suppress the health scaling na meron dito ang Naos Esports.
True.
So I feel like the nerfs is warranted. Oo, malakas talaga ang Gwen, but it's not really going to be hitting hard enough para mapigilan talaga yung health scaling dito ng Naos Esports. Malakas yung Gwen, but it's just gonna boil down to the execute and how strong will the Gwen be in sustaining the amount of range na meron dito ang Naos Esports, man.
I will say, Naos Esports, I think this is a difficult game for them. This looks like a difficult game. The question is, can they find that early game advantage? Yes, the Gwen can go invulnerable within her domain, but the rest of them, Silas, Yone, they are very much susceptible to being caught. The fact that there's so much long range on Naos Esports, the Sivir boomerangs, the bouncing boomerangs won't be as effective as they would hope for.
Yeah, so here we go. Game number 3, finally, the pinnacle, the last game for the League of Legends Grand Finals. the directors are doing a pretty good job at doing the script writing para sa kwentong to. But finally, after this, we can finally say that there is a champion for WP Academy versus Naos Esports. Okay, so kung ano yung kina-aggressive naman kanina ng game number 2, probably the opposite reaction para dito sa game na to. I don't know, man.
Maybe. You know, can I just say I'm a big Yunara fan. I am myself a Yunara main. I love this champion's design. I'm looking forward to what Dawn can bring to this table here on the Yunara. I haven't seen his Yunara just yet so far, but one of the best picks so far in League of Legends at the moment. Could have been first pick. They prioritized their lane first, and now I'm looking forward to how the team fights will turn out.
Yeah, this is like the first 3 sequences. I'm so like flabbergasted. Kasi pre, you're putting Devoured on not the hard carry junglers like the Graves, the Kindreds, the Kha'Zixes. Wala talaga pre, he has now stooped down to a level na kinakailangan na talaga nila si Devoured na maging effective at hindi ganun talaga na poke out eh, no? Gone are the days that Devoured is being funneled with a lot of resources. Devoured is now playing the safest game possible because this is very, very important. Take a look at the pathing. Sobrang opposite, so he's pathing towards the bottom side. That is Devoured. But Galata, pwede i-dive pero parang hindi kasi gagawa ng Hallowed Beast talaga eh.
I think it's just so hard to fight into a Sylas, even as a Jarvan, a J4, right? You have so much engage, you have so much burst damage, but the Kingslayer, if you're unable to get that kill onto that Sylas, he just heals up a lot of that damage. And looking at this topside matchup, by the way, very interesting. I think Renekton may win this, actually.
It's possible, no? But I feel like it is still going to be challenged here by the fact na mas malakas talaga yung DPS ng Gwen sa early game. The Rek'Sai could give crowd control, yun na yun. He could go for the knock-up, but it could possibly be a setup para sa gank lang ni Galata. That's the best chances that Naos can have para sa isang malupit na first blood.
I do think, though, First Blood will definitely be around that bot mid-side angle. Unlikely will I see a top-side kill. So I'm looking forward to how the bot side of both Naos Esports and West Point Esports Academy can play this out. But it will all be up to Devoured and Galata to find these ganks. I will say they are a crucial factor into their lanes winning out the ways.
Yeah, so something simple, no? Parang it's the harassment of Boomerang Blade, tapos cultivation of spirit. Yun na yun eh. Yun na yung pinakamalayong pwedeng abutin ni Don tsaka ni Miss pagdating sa mga pokes. Wala man ganun ka-sustain dito si Miss kasi Concept has Cozy Campfire. But I feel like that's something, yun na yung pinakamalayo nga talaga. Parang inaantay na lang talaga if the junglers could force that gang to gain that first blood. Yeah, it's something na blank slate talaga eh. Like, I cannot point out a convincing stretch para makuha ni Don yung solo kill na hinahanap niya.
I do think Dawn will be very much vital in these team fights, especially dishing out the damage towards his Yone Sylas. Dawn's not going to be able to reach the Sivir, by the way. It's unlikely. Ooh, -1. Unable for Dawn to reach that Sivir. Unlikely. There's Yone, Sylas, and
Aray
Gwen.
ko! Sinalo niya yung bouncing bomb doon, Fred. It's Doran Shield, by the way. That's supposed to give you sustain. Pero sa sobrang laking sunog na binibigay ni Mike yan, ayun, sunog din yung health pots ni Cherb dito.
Oy, but Cherb wasn't back just yet, huh? Mike Han was the one the first to back. He burned his TP, so now Cherb will be able to get the back. Has already the upgraded boots that will be very beneficial in the laning phase as well as the team fights, especially with Drake spawning. I'm wondering if Devoured and WPEA will look towards this angle.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tough angle to call. Pero if it's something desperate na kailangan mo talaga, here comes the first blood.
Okay, I did not even see that at all. But the Gwen, I think did he tower dive under tier 1? I think he ended up falling on the top side underneath the tier 1 turret. It was a near kill on Terrelia, but wasn't able to find it.
I don't know, man. Your guess good as mine, probably an IR, but something na unpredictable nga talaga yung mga nangyayari nga dito eh. No, what a satchel charge. Here comes Galata.
Mega Inferno Bomb. Doesn't have the ult just yet. No Cataclysm whatsoever, so he will be backing away. Cherb was forced to back. Does take a lot of damage with that Mega Inferno Bomb, but the roam, possibly from the support, does get spotted out, however.
Man, the proactiveness now on the map are really being seen right now because you just really want that first step inside of that major objective. And Cherb is doing like this kind of job na kailangan pantay talaga tayo ng HP, hindi pwedeng nakakalamang ka eh. Alam kong gagamitin mong lamang yan para makapwesto ka kagad dito lang sa may DR. So, Now Relia, pressure on the top side, funneling and as well as trying to proxy his way into that gold lead. Parang mahirap to para kay Fabi.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult matchup nonetheless, right? Of course, so far CS-wise, they're doing pretty well on the side of West Point Esports Academy, but looks like Drake priority will be on the side of Naos. They are going to be taking this uncontested with Devoured focusing on his farm, focusing on his way to scale.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good game for Devoured as long as hindi siya mapipick. Pwedeng kunin ng Naos Esports in early game nga dito, no? But I feel like the setting part here for WP Academy is if they give at least a good amount of objective na hindi lahat kailangan, at least makapag-Rift Herald man lang sila or at least a Void Grubs. Pwede nga nila yun para tulong na lang kay Relia na kunin talaga yung mga objectives nga dito, no? So, yeah, it's something that WP Academy could likely give to, pero Naos Esports, maraming salamat kasi nakuha din nila yung pampalakas ng teamfight nila.
I do think the team fight is going to be a very crucial factor for both teams. Both teams have a lot of big ultimates that can be crucial in winning out their fights at the moment. But with now the Grub spawning soon, it will be objective side for the side of WPA. They are looking to ward out the top side jungle concept. Needs to be careful. Devoured looking for the hunt. Doesn't land the chains, however. And it looks like this should be Grubs. Maybe contested here by Naos.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Keenan. Is this a Rift Maker buy for Devoured in the early game? Finnish Codex? Not sure.
Not sure
pero
yet.
But the sustain na pwedeng makuha ni Devoured is going to be really good. Kakailanganin niya nga talaga yun. So now Dawn now walking up. Devoured needs to run away. Dawn gets caught. Level 6 na nga siya kahit papalo. But here comes Transcend oneself. Dawn is sustaining himself really nicely and is getting the on-hit damage from his passive. Pero Galata kailangan na nga tumakas nga ngayon. Here comes Cher with a Fate Unsealed pero going wide. Walang tumama na nga. Still, the Boy Grub is still alive pero makukuha kagad ni Devoured yung isa nga dito. Nice Cataclysm and even better Mega Inferno Bomb. Hasselbeck now running away.
Devoured getting chunked down. Has to be careful, need to back away. However, the chains land the Fabi. It's a double kill for Dawn. And that's 2 Grubs taken by Naos Esports. They're gonna have to back away here.
Beautiful combo from Galata and Mikey Hine. Ang ganda ng tawag doon ni General. Galata just swooned over everyone at WP Academy. Oh, wala nga masyadong nakuha sa flag and drag but the Cataclysm damage and the Mega Inferno Bomb. It would have been really good for WP to go 3 for 3 pero wala nga silang napagmasdan doon. Take a look at this replay, Keenan. It was a lot of red HP bars but one singular combo wiped the ability for WP Academy to get that map control sa may top side, even get that objective as well.
Beautiful play coming out from Galata there. I mean, just the way the Cataclysm landed, forcing Devoured's flash, forcing that Mega Inferno Bomb to land onto one there. It was just too difficult for WPA to actually take that fight. They burned the Fate Unsealed. The flash from Galata was perfect to dodge out the ultimate, and he was able to take the fight, the follow-up nonetheless.
Imagine kung nasalo ni Mikey Han at ni Galata yung Fate Unsealed doon, it would have been a different story. Matatagalan sana sila makapag-layer ng abilities doon. But Sherb really had to commit. I said, that one mistake na sinasabi natin kanina, pero hindi pa naman game-changing yun. Pwede pang bumawi dito si Sherb. But yeah, that was a rough team fight for WP Academy. Everyone walked over safely. Akala ata nila madaling Boy Grubs na yun. But finally, Dusk has settled. WP can now look forward to the next Dragon. But now Esports, from what we saw from that team fight, oh my goodness, boy, it's spicy.
It's spicy indeed. I think a really interesting question mark I had is why did Devoured steal Breath of Life? What is he gonna exactly cleanse from the side of Naos Esports?
I think he just wants the heal.
The heal, fair enough. Like an early redemption to a certain degree. I get it. But I mean, the Mega Inferno Bomb, the Cataclysm to catch out Dawn.
Parang nawalang bisa no? Like,
Yeah.
it's nothing.
Exactly. So I think Devoured definitely has a new approach going to this. Goes for the Proto Belt. That's his first item.
Okay.
Standard buy.
Okay, so he just really wants the aggression, the mobility, and the damage as well. Kasi may dalang magic penetration yan no? So kahit hindi pa yan talaga yung champion na nanasahin mo para dito kay Devoured na piliin para maging hard carry nga no? He's still that aggressive player that we all know and love. So with that Proto Belt buy, and as well as yung Dark Seal nga dito, I feel like he's that confident na kaya niya nga mag-scale.
I do think the scaling will be very good for both teams, to be honest. They have a Yunara and a Sivir, by the way, which scales so well into the late game. And with a Renekton Jarvan being in the front lines, that Sivir bouncing boomerangs will be so deadly to go up against, especially with the chunks that he can do. The question is, will that Sivir be able to get close enough? Yes, good range, but will she be able to get close enough to dish out the damage with Galata and Fabi in the front lines?
Yeah, something
Galata.
something simple now for Now's Esports now. Oh, may lamang kami, pre. Lamang din kami. Di talaga sa pera with a 500 gold lead. But you can never really be too easy in a game like this where everything is being painted or pictured by Now's Esports na kahit ganto, kalmado kolekto pa rin talaga kami. Dragon now spawned. WPE's top laner is still on the top side. Same goes for Now's Esports. Pero ang pinakamahalaga dito is nandito si Cherb. Kasama yung ulti niya. Nandyan din si Devoured.
Oh, Devoured really got engaged on this time.
Oh, he's gonna get the Cataclysm.
Yes, the Cataclysm. Dawn needs to be careful. The heals are coming out. Cozy Campfire to keep him healthy and well. Needs to back away. I don't think they can force this. Galata will be backing away, and I think they have to give it up. Devoured will be taking the
Wait,
trade.
Galata might just be able to re-engage under 2k HP. Pwedeng pabalik na rin yung flag and drag niya nga dito, Keenan. 1-8, 1,000 HP already. Here goes Spiky Han.
Doesn't seal it.
Secured by WP Academy. Nice lockdown on to Galata. Tingnan mo yung Pop Blossom dun sa backside. Dalawa yung mahuhuli, Keenan.
Dawn has to back away. However, it will be Relia on the front lines. Miss trying to get the chip damage on Dawn. Galata low on HP, dodges the needlework. However, it will be Cherb trying to get the damage onto Dawn, looking to back away. Mike and
Palo! Palo,
for
good
it.
tingin mo, Relia, and he's gonna get the shutdown. Galata now running away as well. Loet na nga siya, but Mike yan, he's cleaning house. He wants the blood. Double kill para kay Relia, and it was a back and forth game. Oh my goodness, what a team fight.
I don't even know what ended up happening there, but in the end of it all, it was a 2-for-2, I believe. And at that point, right, the Drake does go in favor of WPA, so they do get out with the victory. But with it going back and forth, I just couldn't see the play that Now's wanted.
Disengage. Okay, it was a good effort para kay Galata, but it was just a bait all along. It was so ultimates on one singular Galata na pwede nga nila sanang ipang follow-up kila Concept. Dahil doon nakatakas pa sila sa Pop Blossom, Relia didn't get anything from the ulti of Needlework. Pero ito, the clean-up from Mikey Han, at least something may lumabas pa rin sa Now's Esports office.
I mean, he's able to get the kill onto the Sivir, able to back away, but what a deadly team fight. Double kill for Relia, by the way. I was talking about this in the drafting phase. This Gwen is what's gonna carry for WPA, and so far, it's showing.
It's the police. It's the police tactic of WP Academy. Everyone is low. I'm gonna send Relia on the front lines. Here comes the chains.
Devoured going for the engage. It will be the follow-up as well, but he will be pulled away, unable to get the kill. Concept is barely
Ooh,
alive.
you're still alive, bro. Wala ka bang black and white screen. Pero baka, second engage. Teka lang, try-bush play from Devoured. Maikihan, ikaw na lang mag-isa. Nasaan ka na? Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb, but they're not going in for the engage. He's gonna steal it, but that's going to be it. Wala na. They're not going in for the fight.
Looking for it though. Devoured trying to get some information. They're getting deep wards here on the side of West
Oy!
Point Esports.
Nandiyan pala si Galata. Dawn as well. I think they're going in for the fight. If Devoured can get caught, pero buti na nga lang may tangle barbs pa. Okay, disengage from WP Academy as the animosity is now down.
Yeah, but they have to be wary of this. They have the Mega Inferno Bomb on Devoured, and Maikian is low on mana. They can look for this team fight here on the side of West Point Esports Academy.
Okay, Asimed and Cherb. Oh, nice Mega Inferno Bomb. Mula yun kay Devoured. Sinachunk down nga nila, pero ang laki ng heal sa Cozy Campfire.
Cherb getting chunked out as well. Maikian needs to be careful as well. If he oversteps, Cherb can look for this, but it's first turret, the Satchel being the one to finish it off, and he cancels the back on Asimed as well. That's an objective for the side of Now's Esports taken.
Yeah, strong here for Now's Esports as they were able to at least make sure na kahit anong team fight by force ng WP Academy, we still have that kind of control na pwede nga natin ilaban at ilaban. No contest, walang ilalaban dito ang WP Academy pagdating sa Rift Herald. This is going to be huge. Meron na nga silang Ziggs na masakit kumuha ng Torre. Dadagdag pa si Shelly.
Oh man, that's gonna be a lot of turrets, a lot of gold.
That's money in the bank,
that's
man.
Money, all right, for Now's Esports. Mind you, again, feats of strength goes to the side of Now's Esports. This looks like game number 1. Game number 1 was Now's Esports taking the feats of strength, taking the objectives, and they look to repeat it.
Man, the one thing WPE now has is the ace in their cards, in their deck is Relia himself.
Relia.
He's 3-0-0. He's now closing out to a possible Nashor's Tooth buy. Pero kung makakapag-set up sila ng maganda to get that maximum damage from Needlework or even get a very good Cataclysm probably as well as the Void Rush from Fabi. Pwede nila sila makapag-set up concept, getting caught. Another blown out Mega Inferno Bomb. Pero makakatakas pa nga si Azemed and Devoured. Concept and Dawn now making their way towards their respective lanes. So far, nakakapag-read ang Naos Esports dito sa mga atake ng WPE.
Oh my gosh, did you just see that damage that Fabi dished out to Chirp? That was a lot of damage being dished out there. The Titanic Hydra on a Renekton is just so annoying to deal with. And Devoured and Azafet, they were so brave to invade the enemy jungle, but Concept just walks away. Yes, Mega Inferno Bomb was committed, but with Drake not up at the moment and with Rift Herald as well, there's no objectives really to take. WPA walk out with nothing.
It feels like a fever dream para dito sa WPE Academy. For once, hindi nga nila mahanap yung mga teamfight na kinakailangan nga nila to at least even out the pressure. Wala talaga. Parang mas nakikita pa nga natin na WPE is now under that kind of pressure na binabato nga nila from game number 2 against Naos Esports. So something that Naos Esports could do is something very, very disengage heavy. He has Breath of Life. Devoured is kind of strong right now. Fabi now going very, very aggressive from the unborrowed knockup. Here comes Mega Inferno Bomb. Ang ganda ng chunk doon mula kay Devoured as he gets the maximum damage. But it was just a poke down as the Infernal Drake primed by Naos.
Wow, they really just set it up just to get the chunk damage. Azafet can no longer engage on low HP, but Devoured, he's looking for the engage whatsoever. 2 AK HP left remaining. Smite does come out. Will WPA look to fight this? Devoured low on HP. Azafet needs to back away. Missed as well. They're just gonna run away. They don't want to take this fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of AoE damage here for WPE. They now limit tested their way. Medyo masakit na rin dito si Miss, but it's still not enough. There's just a lot of sustain here for Naos Esports, and now they prime the Shelly. Alam nilang kaya nga nilang kunin to despite the Mikeyhan absence here. They might just be able to get this tower, and they definitely did. 2.6k, make it 0.7 for Naos.
Wow, the lead is slowly building once again for the side of Naos Esports. And I think with how West Point Esports Academy has been playing it out thus far, they need to force a play with their teamfight ultimates. They have a really strong composition for forcing fights. The problem is they can't reach them. They need to rely on Relia to actually get into their faces. But they're playing so spaced out, they cannot seem to jump Naos whatsoever.
Yeah, banata na ng buto to, Mr. Keenan. It's going to be that waiting call. Pero yung hirap na kailangan nga nilang kunin para mahanap yung resources na yun, it's just that kind of minion wave na medyo nakakatakot saluhin if you're WP Academy and if you're Naos Esports trying to invade the jungle. Are you sure na isang tao lang talaga yung pupuntahan mo? It's that kind of threat that puts this game on an impasse. It's an absolute checkmate right now na hindi ma-way ng WPE. Kung aatake ba kami, ipon ba kami ng gold? There's less tower structures now for WP Academy and they need that kind of space.
I just don't know if they'll be able to find that space whatsoever. And of course, Mikeyhan needs to be careful, doesn't want to overstep. They're actually looking towards him. Devoured goes for the jump with the chains. Pop Blossom as well with the engage, but Mikeyhan jumps over the wall.
What a dodge! Mikeyhan nakatakas pa nga siya, but Devoured and Relia, they no longer have the ultimates that they need. Pero pa sila Mega Inferno Bomb dito, but Galata now, can you escape? Devoured using the blast cone, but he gets trapped. Buti na nga lang may flash away nga siya, but Devoured gets Dragon Strike. Here comes the Flag and Drag as well. Hindi sila makalapit. Devoured now escaping.
Dawn going for the engage. He goes on forward. The Kingslayer is not enough to heal him up. And with that, West Point Esports Academy need to back away. Relia gets caught off guard, however. Mikeyhan looking for the engage. Does get the domain out at the very least. However, Mikeyhan will be able to burst him down. Mist falling down low on HP. Breath of Light comes out. It's a double kill for the mid laner of Naos Esports.
Naos Esports found it. Finally, after long waits, Naos Esports caught the overextension of WP Academy. And there it is. WP Academy just crawling over the game habang ang Naos nakatayo na ngayon.
Oh my days. Looking at it thus far, look at this team fight engage coming out from Naos Esports. Dawn in the front lines as an ADC, and yet WPEA do not want to engage on them. They cannot afford to do so. And Relia getting caught by Mikeyhan was crucial. Nearly getting the kill, but it was not enough. The breath of life keeping them alive.
Miss is not gonna be threatened by the fact that he's in the front. He has the cozy campfire. Press W lang. Yun lang ang kailangan dito, no? Para mabuhay talaga ng matagal. And because of that, it now catapulted into a 4.5k gold lead with a dragon already set in stone for Naos Esports. WP Academy, ball on your court. Kilos-kilos din tayo. Hinahanapan pa rin talaga natin ng alas ang WP Academy. Yung kanilang nag-iisang lakas na si Relhia, si Mikeyhan pa talagang nag-out-damage sa kanya.
Oh man, Naos Esports, they are taking full control of this. They are now looking towards Atakan, but I'm worried. Atakan is where games are flipped. But looking at it, Chirp is not ready to go for this
Asan si
engage.
Devoured?
They're not ready.
They're not ready. They're taking down structures instead. Tingin ata nila kaya pang patagalin ng WP ito hanggang sa late game.
I don't know if this is enough though. Yes, they get a lot of gold from this tier 2 turret. They will shorten the gold disadvantage, but is that a worthy trade, giving up the Atakan? Such a big objective just being let go of.
Man, you're putting a lot of adaptive force to a 5-0 Mikeyhan. Galata needed that extra bit of damage na kahit hindi na nga siya mag-sustain, sapat na yung Sundered Sky para tumagal siya sa mga laban dito, Keenan. This is tough for WP Academy. They traded short-term for something Naos could use in the long run.
I think right now, Naos Esports, they have a strong lead at the moment. 3.8k doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a one-item advantage for any one player. And now Devoured needs to scour the area, needs to look for that advantage on the Dragon Pit. They could go to Soul Point here on Naos Esports. Infernal Soul will give them so much burst damage into these team fights that the Ziggs will be unstoppable.
Yeah, they're roaming down on the bottom side. Asebed, mahuhuli ka nga ba? Buti na nga lang may pantakas ka pa. Uses the movement speed. Now finally, yung ulti na yun, hindi ganun kalakasan yung bawas ng ano. But Kalara now gets the Cataclysm, but uses the upscode to use the escape.
Overstep?
Galit na galit pa rin dito si Galata. He wants to go for an engage.
Pero
Michael is dominating. He finds an important target. Galata kills Devoured. A lot of the WPA members are now down. But Relhia, he's saving grace. Ginagawa niya lahat dito para tumagal pa siya.
They were able to find the kill onto Dawn. The Yunara gets taken down. But it's a 3-for-2. They can still look for the objective. Both junglers are dead. Relhia and Chirp need to look to control this mid lane if they want to control this Drake. Concept is low, however, but he has backed away.
Both junglers down. Both ADCs as well. No desperation Dragon take. This is something simple. Chirp the huli.
Oh, he's going for the kill. Chirp! He overextends. Fabi finds the angle and Mikeyhan follows it up as well, and that's the mid laner dead. That's going to be a Drake now for Naos Esports.
Not the best showing for WP Academy in the mid-game as everyone just getting caught from the crowd control barrage na meron ng Naos dito. Relhia, he should be the one to step up on the fight. Inaalay niya na nga yung sarili niya, but the rest of his crewmates just cannot get the follow-up.
Oh, they're looking for a dangerous game. Devoured playing so aggressively. There's the Cataclysm coming on forward. It will be Azabeth with the flash. Able to back away, but they have to look for an re-engage. Mikey and TP's on forward. Devoured has to look for the steal. Doesn't have vision. The control ward stopping it, but it's just going to be over. Devoured gives it up. It's Soul Point now for Naos Esports.
Yes, and there it's 1 minute away from getting that possible Baron take na pwedeng ang ika-divide ng attention ngayon. Can WP Academy at least come to their senses na wala munang side lane? Put your carries on the top side position at least para makapag-respo sila kagad dun sa Baron take. But now Esports, they have the execute damage. They have the counter engage. They have the gap closers necessary para mapigilan si Devoured.
My gosh, Devoured is going to be a crucial player here. He needs to make the space for the rest of his team along with Relhia. If he's unable to walk on forward, if he's unable to get that damage out, catch out Mikeyhan, catch out Dawn. Is this going to be a ban force?
Has to be. Nakapwesto na si Chirp Kennedy. Wala na silang ibang pwedeng puntahan pa. Rekta sa pagbumuka. They're priming themselves. No one is on the bottom lane. They're trying to get pry on mid and top.
Yeah, there's no TPs available for most players here at the moment. Mikeyhan cannot look to push out the bot side. Of course, it could be Fabi, but they're just looking to take this tier 2. Will WPA contest this?
Absolutely not. WP Academy
Pop
wants to go
Blossom?
for a desperate engage. Pero sa sala ng sobrang lawak yung Pop Blossom dito. One ultimate down. Pero may na-hijack naman kahit paano dito si Devoured. Is it going to be strong though? He got the Arc of the Don't Transcend oneself pinukuha ni Devoured dito. That's not the best ultimate you can have right now.
Yeah, it's not very advantageous for Silas to have transcend oneself. It doesn't give much benefit besides maybe a bit of movement speed. But now, tier 2 turret down. That's a lot of gold going inside of Naos Esports. They can back away and force Baron off of this play.
Oh man, ang pwedeng advantage dito is hindi na antayin ng Naos yung mga oras na dapat pang kanina pa sila kumukuha ng Baron dito, men. They could start right now and abuse the fact that Acebed doesn't have that game-turning Pop Blossom. Everyone retreated.
They're forcing
pero ang
it.
bagal ng pagkuha ng WPE dito.
They can't take it. Their only damage is Yone's Sivir on Baron, and Yone's not there. How are you gonna take Baron like this? They can't force it. But Naos, they can look to turn this. Fabi has TP. He can clear out the bot side for Pryo, but now the Yone has to reset and go for this Baron play.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Kung ikaw ang WPE, what could you possibly do right now? The DPS is not enough. 3 items na si Don. Si Mist pa, pangatlo pa lang, and he's going in for the anti-heal. It's going to be really hard for him to dish out that maximum amount of damage compared kay Don. Para sa pagkuha ng miss, Devoured getting caught. Galara now forcing out the Cataclysm, and Devoured everything.
Damage!
He used everything, but it's still not enough.
The regular Firmoko comes out. Chirp going for the engage. Gets the kill, possibly onto Don.
Don,
Take it
Don!
down. The jump onto Chirp, trying to find a kill. However, Needlework comes out. Concept falling down on
No
DP.
way!
It's kicked down by Chirp. It's down to a 3 versus 4.
Okay, WP Academy landed the Haymaker, and they knocked down the most important target. Mikeyan and Fabi, they need some sort of miracle. Pero buti na lang, Cherb activated his senses, got the fate unsealed, and now an impasse once again. The game continues. A lifeline built by WP Academy. Oh no, Dawn. It just had to happen, Keenan.
Oh no, he overextended going for the jump onto the front lines. Yes, it worked a while ago, but only because they burned a lot of utility. But they still had so much available on WPA. And now, Gold slowly but surely shifting a little bit slowly towards WPA.
At least WP Academy.
Hold on.
Oh, wait! What a damage! Hindi pala nag-retreat si Acebed, pre.
I think he walked into the bouncing bomb and the Mega Inferno bomb, and he had no flash. He ends up getting taken down. That should be a Baron play now available for the side of Naos Esports.
That's one Pop Blossom down. Isang buong Baron Pit yung sakop nun. Kinakailangan nila yun, Keenan. And with that out, Naos Esports, where is this hesitancy coming from? Where is the position on the Baron Pit? It's an easy 4v5.
They're not taking it. Dawn is positioned so far in the bot lane. He can't restful for the Baron. They need Dawn on the Baron team fight, so they can't go for it. But look at this. Naos Esports, they have no vision anymore on the Baron Pit. They can look for a play here on the side of WPA.
Yeah, death push. Walang nakakaalam.
Concept.
Oh, this is going to be a very good trade kung pwede nga siyang mahuli nga dito, but Concept has no idea, but he's not playing the risk. Where are your teammates? Pwede ka makakuha ng counterplay nga dito, Concept. He's gonna get caught by the abduct, and 2 ultimates now used just to take down a single line support. What an amazing Cataclysm para ma-separate yung mga laban, but the fight continues.
Devour goes in, he's able to get find Dawn. They're getting engaged. Pop Blossom onto Mikeyan. He gets shut down. It's Relia getting the kill, and with Fabi and Galata, last 2 remaining players, Fabi able to find a
Fabi!
kill. But
Oh my God!
He gets taken down.
No way! Naos Esports, you're digging your own grave! 4 for 1! Only Devoured dead! But the most important players with the DPS, sila pa yung nabuhay, Keenan. Oh, the humanity! But Galata tried to save Grace. He has a 900 smite. Can you save it? Missed terribly low. But he's not
low.
backing his chances.
He dies to Baron.
Oh no! Missed this down. That's a 50-second death timer. Pero kinukuha pa rin to ni Cherb. Oh my God, Galata.
They
He's
can't do
delaying
it.
time. No, Baron! Wala! Nothing! Walang panalo dun.
Why was Miss tanking Baron? Why was the ADC tanking Baron? They can take Dragon now.
Soul!
That's Soul.
That's Soul!
How is this turning back and forth?
Oh my God! Now started to crumble. Pero mas nasira ang imperyo ng WP Academy over their own earthquake. And that is a soul-empowered Naos Esports.
Oh, the jump on forward concept. Needs to be careful. Might be taken down by Relia. Does get fallen down. However, the buns on forward. The satchel. Cataclysm onto the Gwen. No Dominion there. And that's the Gwen down. Relia dead. And now they can look for the engage. Look on forward. Heal on back on that Scuttle. Able to get some vision. Fabi hunting.
Devoured is not getting spot on just yet. Fabi could go in for the flank play. Okay, Azabeth getting caught. Masyado masakit yung damage. Nice dodge on the top Blossom via the Void Rush. Devoured trying to save him, pero masyado nang huli. Chirp now running away. At least the jungler is still alive. He has the possession of the Void Rush. And here comes the Baron take. 14,000 HP. There's a lot of delaying here, Keenan. And they are blinded. No vision whatsoever.
They need to risk it somehow. Devoured has to jump on forward, but Fabi is scaling him away. Just trying to move him away from the Baron Pit, but they drop it. It heals back up, and look, they're respawning on the side. Chirp looking for the engage, looks for the Q3, doesn't land it, but they can't go for it. Naos is not risking it whatsoever.
No damage here for WP Academy, not even poking out the important targets. Galata still has to sustain. He could still fight, but chooses to retreat. At least a safe haven for Naos Esports. They can still live long enough to see the daylight. WP Academy's delaying tactics proving to be effective.
Oh my gosh, I do not know where this is going anymore. They have Infernal Soul in Naos Esports, but this feels like an Elder game. This really feels like an Elder game. If they bring it to Elder Dragon fight, this game can be flipped on anyone's favor here. As Fabi, looking for the front line once again, trying to get some vision.
Okay, Keenan, everyone is alive. Everyone has their ultimates up. Naos and WP Academy couldn't afford an overextension. It just has to be the traditional 5-on-5 inside of the Baron Pit. And that is going to be a coin flip play here for Naos Esports. If they get the targets right, they will be rewarded as champions. But for WP Academy, if they play it smartly, they can deny the Baron and even get structures on the mid lane. You can never really weigh anything in this game. Sa sobrang unpredictable, Keenan.
Mikey Han is the big playmaker on the side of Naos Esports. He's 7-1-7. This Ziggs with Infernal Soul is deadly. The amount of AoE damage, the burst, it's too much. Oh wait, Relia?
Oh my god, it is going to be huge. Nobody spotted, not even an Oracle Lens. Kaya magkakaroon ng composure dito si Azabeth para makapwesto nga. No one still spotting him down. Mikey now on the threat. At dito na nga rin si Devoured. Walang tumama!
The Omega Inferno Ball comes out. That's Azabeth down. It's Galata versus Devoured on the 1-versus-1. Gets the flag and drag. Looking for the kill. Cataclysm available. Inferno Soul dishing out the damage. Devoured going for the dash away. Goes for the chains. Gets taken down by Dawn. Baron is available. No jungler on WPA.
Finally, wala na ang kandado dito. They can freely take down the Baron. WP Academy, they had something in mind, but Azabeth, the one that should start the play, gets caught off. Ayan na nga pre, Naos Esports with a possible championship Baron. Oh my God, take a look at this.
Wait, live!
Pero Relia, nauli. Possible nga ba siya pwede mabatay, pero nabubuhay pa rin sa needlework. Relia almost turns it around. And Naos Esports slowly putting the game on notice.
They can look for this mid play now with the Gwen down. The hero player of WPA is dead. They're relying heavily on this Gwen, and now without her, they can't fight or engage.
Pabuhay na si Devoured ngayon. At least may pang wave clear nga sila. Galata getting caught. Pero buti na nga lang kahit papano may cozy campfire at Breath of Life pa sila concept. There goes the inhibitor tower. Soon enough, the inhibitor as well. And here comes Naos Esports just destroying the dreams of WPE.
Inhibitor down, looking for the engage. Devoured has Cataclysm. Chirp getting chunked out. Galata with engage. Cataclysm of Source. Cataclysm. Bob Blossom as well. Going for the engage. Flag and Jack going to kill. The miss. However, Devoured on the front lines. Join this gets activated. Fabi going for the kill. Chirp low on HP. However, it's Devoured dead. Chirp looking for the engage, but he gets taken down. The blue wings fly high as WPA, the militia, fall down, shut down as Naos Esports take the best of 3.
What a game. No way. I'm telling you, pre, kailangan talaga ganun talaga yung laro. But would you believe it? SM North EDSA make some noise. The first ever champions of League of Legends, Naos Esports.
The Blue Wings soar high on Naos Esports, taking down the reigning kings of West Point's Esport Academy.
They are not prepared to hear the upcoming words. The WP Academy falters, defeated, bloodied up. Naos Esports, indeed, now's the time, Keenan. No other time other than today. The first ever champions, Naos Esports, giving us a cinematic of a series.
I'm just this right now. I did not caster jinx it. I did not caster jinx this whatsoever. My gosh, what a best of 3. What a way to close it out. Naos Esports taking down what would have been a dominant run from West Point Esports Academy this entire year. But now, with Naos Esports taking the victory, they shut down every hope and dream that West Point Esports Academy had. They take the victory here in Predator League 2026. Give it up for your champions!
And here comes the celebratory shield rise as the worthy champions can now finally say they are the champions. Once again, give it up for Naos Esports! Man, has to be feel good for Naos
That must
Esports.
feel good.
Not only they are the champions, but they took down everyone's number 1 pick to win it all.
Nawala na yung boses ko, bro. That was such an intense game. I lost my voice. That was so beautiful coming out from Naos Esports. And with that, Salvatore, what else can you say at the end of this whole?
History, nada, it's finally over. The pinnacle has now been broken because Naos Esports can now exit the venue and tap themselves in the back. They are now the champions of the first ever Predator League Philippines League of Legends. And they are now etched in the legacy as the champions. Oh
man.
my God, now the next story once more is Blanca. Nobody could ever predict kung anong pwedeng mangyari sa susunod na taon. Kung kaya nga bang ulitin ng Naos Esports, and that's what I like. It's now hidden. We can remember right now na Naos is the champion, but what's next for the Wings of Blue?
Can I just say the highest mountain has been crossed. Dare I say flown over by Naos Esports, taking this victory. There's so much more in store for them in the future, in the next year. But what a way to close out here in the Predator League Grand Finals. What a journey it has been for them.
Gods can bleed. League of Legends is an everyone game. There's no such thing as gods that we can praise because Naos are non-believers of those entities. Naos Esports, man, the celebratory shield rise has to be poetic for them.
Definitely.
Everyone said that Naos Esports could have this kind of early exit during the Swiss stage. WP Academy has been storming every tournament known to man, and they are the ones with the high expectations to end the day with a 2-0. But take a look who has the pen right now. Naos Esports delivering what was essentially low expected kind of games because you try to vision how WPE will just have a regular Sunday. But look at it now, Keenan. It's so good it could make a grown man cry. Let's take a look. Once again, the highlights, what transpired inside of that rift. How strategic Naos Esports was in claiming that W.
I mean, look at the clean team fights they took. The engages, Dawn playing such an aggressive Yunara. And you know what? It reminds me of some certain pro players on the ADC that just plays so far forward. But the engages, Mikehan once again being such a crucial factor in their team fight damage, and Galata playing such a frontline heavy champion. Look at how far up he is, but he doesn't die.
And it's a deep position. Mist really trusted Aseped na yung cozy campfire na yung press sapat na sustain na yan. Ang bubuhay lang sa kanya is the Milio Hill and Blade of the Ruined King. No way Mist had business being the tank, the unorthodox tank, by the way, of Naos Esports. But it just had to be done. It just had to be the moment. It just had to be the play. Yung huling team fight talaga, pre, where he posted the bush outside of the blue buff. It was, my goodness, something that was so impressive for WP to be even executing. Pero buti na nga lang Naos Esports, they are very good bibliophiles because they read that much outside of WPE.
There's a problem with the Nico, by the way. There's just too much range on Naos Esports. I don't blame him for going for these plays. As of it, he needs to look for it. But because they're playing so far away on the side of Naos Esports, it's next to impossible to find that Pop Blossom play. I cannot blame Azafel for that. It's just way too difficult. A beautiful draft coming out from the side of Naos Esports, and this final fight was just poetic. Pop Blossom onto 2. Perfect Zonias from Maikan. And with that, it just ended in favor of the side of Naos Esports.
Yeah, that was an odd target selection from WP Academy. Everyone was just scattered. Everyone just didn't know who to attack because Devoured really had the knack to go in front. Pero hindi niya naman alam kung sapat pa yung damage niya na may pwede pang makapwesto dito si Mist. So yeah,
man.
take a look at the scoreboard right now where everyone here at Naos Esports really said, I just want this finished. And everyone just played an MVP worthy of a performance, Keenan.
Somehow Milio had more damage than the Nico. That is an interesting
Where
stat
did that
line.
come from,
Where
though?
did that come from? That's an interesting Milio right there. That's a good Milio, by the way. Concept played so much pressure, put so much pressure as a Milio, so far back yet so far forward in order to put some space in between him and his main carries. And I think that's what made Concept, Galata, and Fabi main players in those team fights, just gapping them so hard in those space creations.
Glea, your president, huge shoutout pala sa kanya. She sends her regards and is very proud of the Naos Esports performance. So yun na nga, parang going back into the analysis of this game, Keenan, the numbers do not lie. Yes, the Milio had the damage. Mikey Han just out-damaged the Yone. That is
That's
an insane number because the range was so strong. The poke was absolutely amazing. It's not even a Leandris build, Ziggs, but that build was so good. Walang sustain dun sa soul cleave na meron dito yung Yone. Wala nang nahanap na heal mula sa Riftmaker yung Gwen. Man, oh man, I'm telling you, the counterplays of Naos Esports just outweigh the probabilities that WP Academy could just make a 180 of the team fight.
I mean, I gotta hand it to Maikan. I think he was just so good in his spacing, in his chip, in his bouncing bombs. His Mega Inferno bombs were on point. Galata playing those such a crazy courageous play on those cataclysms. He was sometimes in a 1 versus 3 in the front lines just so Maikan doesn't get jumped. And of course, Fabi with the perfect follow-ups, the perfect execution, and again, Concept putting in those gap closes, making sure that his teammates are healthy and well. I think it was just a perfect game from Naos.
Man, we were so convinced that the pickoff from Dawn was so strong that WP Academy was writing their own memoirs now of being the ones to be crowned champions with an amazing comeback. But nothing could have thwarted that decision by one and only Mikey Han. But let us now crown our series MVP. Who is it going to be for Naos? It's going to be Dawn, the ADC, the top KDA player, still the series MVP across 3 games. What a performance, man.
I think he broke through. He's like 66 kills, I believe. 66 kills throughout the entire tournament. I did the math. 66 kills throughout this entire stay. 6-4 and 12 on the Yunara. 29,000 damage on that ADC.
My goodness, man. Oh my God, he had that game. He had the game where everyone will remember on how cracked Dawn is as a player.
What a beautiful pickup.
And he's just starting.
Exactly.
He's far from over.
He was just acquired recently by Naos Esports, by formerly Capybara. And now, he's showing himself so well in this tournament. So far in this team, I think they have found their missing piece here in this tournament.
And we might just see a dynasty in the making here for Naos Esports. We might just see the continuous champion after champion performance. But we'll wait and see. It's still a blank horse na inaantay pa nga talaga natin na mapuna. but I don't know what's gonna lie ahead in the next following years. Pero ito nga, ladies and gentlemen, if one screen is not enough, dala ni Acer Predator is dalawa. All you have to do is to avail one Acer Predator notebook and you'll be awarded with an amazing monitor, that being the XP2730U from Predator, equipped by a 27-inch display, 1440p resolution, and 165Hz refresh rate.
Grabe, ang bilis. And not just that, you cannot forget as well the GPU that comes along. Well, not comes along, but along with that we have as well the GPU that is the RTX 5000 series, engineered to outperform, featuring the powerful RTX 5070 Ti series. See the future of gaming performance. Get yours now. Amazing sceneries and sights here at the Predator League PH, and I'm telling you right now, Keenan, we are far from over. That's just the first game of today. We still have the Battleground Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen, but that's all the time we have. For me, Salvatore, and Abyss will be throwing it to the main stage para kay Boss Bill. Boss Bill, ikaw na.
After 3 intense battle, oras na para kilalanin kung sino ba ang kampiyon. Pero first off, syempre may call on the marketing OIC of Acer Philippines, Mr. Mart Maranon. Alright, sir, good afternoon. Nice to see you again sa ating day number 2. Pero yun nga, for the awarding ceremony, may I call on the second place, the first runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for West Point Esports Academy! Once again, here on stage, we have WPE Academy winning 50,000 pesos. West Point Esports Academy, we have Azivid, Miss Sherrelia, together with Devoured. And here we go. The first ever champion ng Predator League Philippines for League of Legends, winning 100,000 pesos. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Naos Esports! Hashtag Naos the time. Here we go. The first ever tournament for Predator League for League of Legends, winning 100,000 pesos. We have Concept, Maigan, Galata, Fabi, and Don. Alright, thank you very much, Sir Mart. Maraming salamat po. Once again, the marketing OIC of Acer Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, here on stage right now, syempre, andito ang Naos Esports. Brother, pwede natin sabihin na syempre, you've been together din nga sa WPE Academy, sama-sama din kayo. Ano yung pakiramdam na sila yung kalaban nyo ngayon sa Grand Finals?
Actually, we came into the finals not knowing we'll win. Kasi yung mga scrims namin past few weeks, sobrang sabog namin. And parang magkukwit na ata si Mike pag one way. But we're so happy that we were able to pull off our gameplay. And we really want to thank, can I shout out? Yeah. So I want to thank Naos Esports for taking us in, even though we didn't have that much achievements. And this team for cooperating with each other. And I really want to finally thank si Sir Ayel, kasi he invested in us at the start of this year. And if you guys don't know, WPE din kami dati. So kami yung developmental team ng WPE. And really want to thank Sir Ayel for investing in us and believing in us. And yeah.
It's actually the investment and the trust as well na talaga na binibigay din, syempre, ng lahat ng organizations in order for you guys to grow as well as a person and as a player pagdating dito sa industry na to. Pero yun nga, no, nakapag-shoutout ka na, brother, kasi yun yung next. If ever you want to do shoutouts, friends and families, thank everyone. This is the time, guys. Isa-isa tayo. Let's go.
shoutout lang sa pamilya ko dyan. I love you all.
I love you all sa pamilya niya, boss. Short and sweet, pare. Short and sweet. Here we go, pare.
Shoutout dyan sa girlfriend ko, nanonood ngayon.
Shoutout sa mga tropa ko nanonood sa bahay. Shoutout sa mga nanonood sa akin dyan.
Shoutout din sa mga fans na nanonood sa amin. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, we have now esports here on stage. Pero before tayo pumunta sa very short break right now, this is the last time na gagawin ito. Pwede po tayong pumunta dito sa ating shield, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last time that you're gonna raise your shield all together. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, palakpakan naman natin the champion sa League of Legends for Predator League Philippines 2026. We have Naos Esports! Once again, congratulations for the last time Naos Esports for winning. And syempre, right after that, we still have a show match as well. And after naman nun, it's gonna be the Philippine Finals ng Valorant para sa Predator League Philippines 2026. And if ever na gusto nyo rin makilala, syempre, yung ating very special guest. Andito rin makakasama nga natin yung mga Predator League, mga Predator Ambassadors natin. Andito si Amara, andito si Jillian, together with Gian Sanity as well. And later, may kita natin live here on stage. Syempre, nandito rin si Will Ashley. But before that, we're gonna head on to our very short break. Pagkatapos nun, game na tayo. For the last time, my name is Phil. See you later.